Today I'm going to share with you some woodland decor ideas and enchanted woods as well. I'm Brandy and this is Making It My Own DIYs. Welcome back. This is a compilation video, so any giveaways are now closed. I hope you enjoy the video. They're from 2022 and 2023. Today we're going to make a fairy swing first. You get to meet the new fairy. As promised, I have a fairy here to make over for you. She is on a swing. I love this. This little thing came from Dollar Tree. And she's just attached to her little seat there with just these little pieces of jute. Going to need some type of greenery mat or some moss. A dome. You don't have to have a pedestal, but some type of a cloche would work. I'm going to paint this black one a different color because we're going to have her sitting up here. Make sure that whatever you're going to be using is tall enough to hold in that tree. So I'm going to use this green and the stone on here. I'll spray it with green first, let it dry with one coat, and then I'll do 2 coats of that brown. Okay, so I'm just going to need to cut this out a little bit smaller than the diameter of the opening of that cloche because we want to be able to set it down in there. You can easily take these off by just a little gentle pull and they'll come right out. There are 2 little spots there with glue in them where they were glued down. So we'll use that same spot and we will put the ropes back in those when we get finished making her over. So she's cute, but get a good look at her right now and see her wings are not symmetrical and she's kind of sloppily painted, but that's okay. You know, for $1.25, I can't really complain. I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue back to the tips so that they will be nice and pointy and easy to put back down into her little seat. You can see the green spray paint on my hands. Okay, so we're going to make her over, and I'm going to use a bunch of little brushes to do this. I'm going to use this light gray for her wings and this little glitter to go on her wings. I'll use some sunflower yellow, one of my favorite yellows, y'all know. That's what her top will be. I want to deepen up that purple skirt with this Concord purple. And then she's going to be a pale princess like me, so we're going to use a light skin tone color for her, but you can paint yours any color you like. I'm just going to use my little cutters here to just make sure that I can get those wings more symmetrical. I'm just looking at them from the back and kind of clipping at them. They're just resin, they'll cut without shattering. And then use my nail file to go over the rough spots so that we don't have too much thickness, you know, kind of narrow it down. And then I'll wipe it off and start adding the paint. I won't bore you with watching me paint the whole thing, but just look how careful you need to be when you are painting if you're going to do a little makeover. You just got to be really careful with a small brush. Take your time and go over all the little spots. I'm just starting off with her wings. They take up a lot of room, so I thought I would just start with those first. Might be the easiest thing to paint. Making sure I get close to her body because some of that paint has from her clothing is on her wings, and I just want to clean that up, make it look a little more crisp. And this really does do the trick for it, I think. So you're going to do the back too, both wings, do the back. Make sure that this is kind of textured, so I'm just making sure that I get in all the little grooves and the little circles and dots that are on her wings. Any place that was this dirty white color, I'm just going to go over and do the sides too, do underneath. You know, the whole point of making it over is to make it better. I'm going to use some antiquing wax, just a little stencil brush, and add some paint, add some of that wax and kind of offload it. And then I'm going to just add it to the tree just because I prefer a darker color. So I'm just going to deepen it up, and every part of this trunk is going to get a coat of this. You don't have to do this, or you can use paint. If you don't have antiquing wax, you can certainly do that. You can use a furniture repair marker if you want to do that, you know, if you do like to add some color. And I went over every piece, so all the little stumps and underneath where the flowers sit. So here's our little girl once she is painted and her paint is dry. Still got to do some work though. Let's put some magic in her wings. So I'm going to use this Mod Podge. And it's just a glossy Mod Podge. You can use whatever you have, but I thought since I'm using glitter, this might help keep it nice and sparkly. So I'm going to carefully go over her wings here, but I'm not going to get it anywhere except on the wings because I want all the magic to be right there. I don't want to completely dust her with glitter, you know, and keep it in her hair and all that. I want it to all be, well, I can't say realistic necessarily, but in my mind, I have a certain look I'm going for. But if you like your little fairy to be completely covered in pixie dust, then you can certainly do that. So while the Mod Podge is still wet, I'm just going to dump this glitter on her. You can use whatever type of glitter that you like. And after I get the front and the back of her wings done, this is how she'll look. I'm going to take a thin paintbrush and go inside each center of those flowers, and then I'm going to start adding and dumping off just like I did with her wings. This is the look that I'm going to get, and I think this is much better for a woodland look. And I'm going to add some glue. Now, I need to work quickly here because it's a big surface area and hot glue will dry fast. So I'm just pushing that glue stick in there as I am directing the glue down, and it pours out faster that way. Probably not really good for the glue gun, but it was good for the project. I'm going to mash it around all the way around, and then if there's any area there that is hanging over, I'm just going to take my scissors and clip that away. Now I got this moss mat at Goodwill. I've looked these up on Amazon and they're like $14. So I was very blessed to find what I found. Okay, so just to have her a place to stay while she dried, I just put a little hot glue on this little piece of wood just to make sure she wouldn't fall over, and I'm going to pull her off of there. She made a clean break, came right off. And you can spray the tree and her if you want to with a little bit of a clear sealer to keep the glitter in place if you would like. I certainly did do that. Okay, I like the look of this. I think the tree was really painted just fine, and I don't mind the pink and white on top. I think it looks really pretty, like little cherry blossoms. So we need to put her back on her swing, right? So I'm not gonna burn this because I'll have wax and all kinds of stuff on it, so we're not gonna do that, but I'm just gonna trim off a couple of the little strands, little flyaways that were making a mess. And you see here on the side, you can see where the holes are. I'm gonna add a little bit of my hot glue right down in there. Do the same thing here. I found it was a little bit easier just laying it down. And then because we put the glue on there, it'll push right back down into that little bowl, I guess you could call it. I'm going to put on my spectacles and work on putting that right into her hand. She's got to hold on to her swing, right? That's what we do. We don't just sit in there. So we're going to put just a little tiny dot. This would be, these little miniatures like this, probably be best to have like one of those glue guns that it's like a fine tip or a fine detail maybe glue gun. I don't have one of those, but my glue gun works just fine for this. And then she's back in action. Look at that. And even when I rock it hard, she's still pretty safe there. And this is how it's going to look before we put them in their new little playground. We're going to put her in her garden. So we're going to make a little garden up here for her. And y'all, later on, we're going to make her house. So stay tuned for the second one too. I'm going to put this back down. You can see it sets down in the little cracks where the moss is. Everything fits great. Still got some clearance. I'm going to add a mess of hot glue here and press it down. And I'm going to press it down and hold it in place for quite a while. I just cut that out so you don't have to be bored with all that. But now that she's glued in place, we're going to start dressing up the inside. Keep in mind, you want to keep your florals and whatever you put in here to the inside, and you want to make sure that they are not higher or not much higher than the top of that little tree, because if it is, it's going to bend when you put the cloche back on top. So I just love these little, I think they're like little snapdragons, but you got to hold them in place. You see the one fell over there in the top corner? I'm going to pick that back up because the glue is still you know, hadn't cooled off yet. So I'm just going to hold the two in place, both of them. I recently got these on a garland from Goodwill, and I will be doing a haul for y'all. So just, you know, I haven't forgotten. I will be getting y'all a haul out. And I pulled these off because the fern is just so delicate and beautiful. And it's not like the other fern that I have. So now I've got a little variety I can mix up in there. It's just angelic looking to me, like a dragonfly wing. I hope that y'all are enjoying these little whimsical creations that we're making this summer. I am a fair-skinned girl. I stay inside, or at least in the shade, a lot in the summertime because I am fair skin and I blister, and also because I am in menopause, full-blown menopause. Ladies, holla if you hear me, because this is a pain in the rump, but you know, it is what it is. So I'm just going to use my imagination this summer and spend a little time indoors being playful. So some of these projects that you see me put out are not the typical thing that you find on my channel from the beginning, but you know, if you're here for something that's a little more realistic, a little more rustic, it's coming. I promise you it's coming. I just wanted to do a little bit of this first. So I'm just adding in leaves and pieces of wood here and there. Now those pieces of wood came from the Dollar Tree in a little mesh bag, and it's where the sand and the shells are. If you don't have something like this, get you some good cutters, go out in the yard, go into a public park, pick a branch up off the ground. I mean, let's not prune anybody's bushes back here, but if it's on the ground, you know, cut your stick up into little pieces and use those. You can also, when you have these little fern picks, you can trim them up. Get them exactly the right size that you like them. So that's what I'm doing here. And I love that this little fern, it comes in like a darker green and a lighter green. No worries if y'all don't have this on hand already. You can typically get some type of a fern or some greenery at Dollar Tree. And in the next project, I will be using some greenery from the Dollar Tree. So you'll be able to see the options that you can get from there too. This is kind of like her playground, her park, her little secluded place that she likes to go and just relax and unwind after doing her fairy business all day. So I've got this exactly like if I was a little girl, how I would love to have my swing. So these little mushrooms came from Temu. I am not sponsored by Temu, but I bought some of these because they're so tiny that for these little bitty projects, I thought, you know, they would definitely have a place in my crafting supply. I like to put different sizes together just for a little more interest. You can definitely get little mushrooms from the Dollar Tree, from Dollar General is what I'm being told, and you can definitely get them from craft supply stores. Try, if you're going to go to a craft supply store, to get things on sale or with coupons, or maybe even at holidays. If someone asks you what you want for a gift, you could tell them that you would like a gift card, and you can use the gift card to go get your stuff. So this is how it looks so far. I know that when I am making it from the top down, you can't always see what's going on, so I will show you all the way through what I am doing. I love that the purple and the yellow match her clothing. It's so cute. When you have glue webs, you can just use a blow dryer if you wanted to, and just, you know, kind of go over it gently, and just, it'll melt those right down. So now let's work on the cloche. I'm going to use a little bit of this green moss from Dollar Tree. I'm going to put it right around the little center on the top. Now this did come from, this cloche came from Dirt Cheap. I forgot to tell y'all. But you can get any cloche that you want anywhere that you can find them. I'm going to add that down in the middle, and that's going to make a little topper. The next project is the mushroom home. Let's see where she lives. Alright, so we could pretend she's on a secluded island. Here is her little home. This came from Dollar Tree, and y'all, I was very impressed. There's a little bit of spray over on the larger part of the mushroom here, but otherwise, I'm not going to change anything. This is another piece of that wood that I found in the yard. We're going to use this. I got this at the thrift store, and I knew that I could use this wooden piece over again. Now, the bird's beautiful, but I don't like that it's turned yellow. Moss mat or moss, some more greenery of your choice, and then little sticks and pieces of wood from your yard or from Dollar Tree. First, I've got to get I could either use the back side or the front. If you're going to use something that's glazed over like this, or has some type of a covering on it, sand it first, wipe it down, and then dry it off. I'm also going to be using Gorilla Glue sticks to make this project stick together. So I have remnants left of this piece of mat because I've been using it a lot in these projects, these whimsical projects. And I'm just going to trim it down into pieces that will work on this. Now, what I love about this and the other moss mats that I have found is that once you get them in place, you can just take your fingers and run over the little gap, and you won't even see that it was pieced together. So, you know, you just kind of like brush it with your fingers, like if you were scratching your dog's back with the tips of your fingers without your nails. You know, you got to do that little motion, and it kind of makes the fibers go together so you can't even tell. Because you're going to see the gaps here and there. I'm going to piece those together with little bits and pieces also. All those little pieces laying there, I'll be using those to fill in those gaps, and you won't even know. Look at that. You can't even tell. And then right now what I'm doing is just getting off any stray glue, you know, that's on there. I don't like that, so I'm making sure that's right. Then I'm going to find the placement for her home. I love the sizing, and that this little piece of wood looks like it was made for this mushroom. Look at the fit. That's perfect. This video was meant to be made. She was meant to live here. So I started taking off this tag, and then I thought, why? It's just going to be stuck down. Nobody's going to see it. So I'm just going to leave it and add a good bit of glue like we did on the other one, and then press it down into the fibers. I'm going to hold it there until I feel like it's been there long enough it's not moving around when I shake it. Then I'm going to fit this where I want it, grab my glue gun, and while it's sitting there, I'm going to work on, so you can see how it fits so great right there. We're not going to be covering this, so placement doesn't really matter. I just generally like to put the back of my projects toward the back so that I have more space in the front, you know, to play with. And then I'll just go in with my glue gun. I'll make sure that there's glue that is between my mushrooms and the wood. That'll make it a little more stable. And then the pieces of the wood that is touching the bottom, I'm going to add glue there to make sure that that stays nice and stable. I don't want anything to fall over because this little beauty I'm going to keep for some time. Love it. Just put it where you need it. I'm trying to be careful with the glue. I don't want a bunch of glue spilling out. I don't want it to look sloppy. I want it to look neat, and I don't want you to be able to see it. So I'm trying to be precise where I apply my glue. Okay? Now you can see here, I'm moving my hand so you can see that it is all down on that piece. Love the look of this so far. So cute, just like this, I think. All these little nooks and crannies were just made for some moss to live and some little plants to grow, right? So I'm taking some scraps of that mat and just pressing it down into a little hot glue. You can see here how that works. You could put a tiny bird nest there. You could add more mushrooms. I'm going to play around with this fern and add some more in here. And I'm just going to make a bunch because I personally don't really see once, like in the summer when ferns are growing, they're usually in clusters. Now in the beginning you might see one little frond by itself, but for the most part, frond? Is that the word? Piece of fern. Yeah, I'm thinking of a palm frond. Yeah, but yeah, you'll see them in little clusters. So I'm just going to make them sort of like in a little cluster here, because this is a summer project, right? Well, it could potentially be a summer project. I'm not going to use any flowers in here, y'all. None. This is all going to be greenery and kind of natural looking. So look at these. This came from Dollar Tree. It sure did. And there are caladiums in here and all kinds of stuff that I can't even name. But they're on wire, which makes the quality of them fantastic if you're going to be using these, because I don't want them to be flat. You can bend these out and you can arrange them a little bit so they look like they do when they grow. And they grow out from the center and fall to the side. That's how they look. Well, the heads of the flowers fall to the side. They stand up. So I'm going to use a little bit of my floral wire here to twist them together. And then I'm going to trim off because I want this to be flat. When it's flat, it makes it easier and you have a little more surface area to put your glue so that it will stand up a little bit better. That's just my experience. So you see that they're wired and you can just bend them and look how much nicer that looks. Looks more realistic. I'm going to grab some of my floral tape. Y'all, when you use floral tape, I know a lot of people do not know. When you start twisting it, put some tension on it. You can see how I'm putting tension on the tape. When you pull it, it releases the wax, which makes it sticky, and it makes it stick to itself. Continue to put pressure and twist this, okay? Put as much on there as you like, and you can just tear it off when you get to the end. Now, I've had some glue right down in that crack, so I'm just going to place this down right on top. Now, it could be to the side, it could be behind, wherever you want to do it. But I'm going to add a little more glue here to kind of make it stand up. I grabbed a piece of greenery from my little greenery bucket or basket where I have a bunch of scraps, and I thought this would be something a little bit different. We'll put some fir in there, a cedar or fir, whichever tree this is, and I'm going to add that. And then the little pieces I'll just put here and there across the top just to fill in a bit. And add some to the back. You know, I like to do my projects where you got a little something surprising going on in the back. Even though there's not much room, you wouldn't think there would be, but I still like to do it because it's always surprising to turn it around and find those little hidden areas. So this is it so far. Got to keep y'all informed, keep showing you. This came out of another pack from Dollar Tree. It's a little mailbox. And I thought this would be really cute, but instead of putting it close to the house, I'm going to put it right underneath a little depression in that wood, in a little nook. I'm going to add some more greenery over here. This is so pretty. And Dollar Tree, y'all. Okay, now this I thrifted recently. These are little bits of cork. And they look like little rocks or little pieces of gravel, but they're really lightweight. Let's give her a walkway. I'm going to go right in front of the house, the same width as the little stone that's there on the bottom. And hey, y'all, use whatever little house that you like. If you want to use something different, a little cabin or whatever they have at Dollar Tree, you can just use that. I'm going to add some hot glue, or it might be easier if you're using your fingers to put that on a cool temp and just pack that down and press it into that mat underneath and into the glue. I'm going to extend it all the way to the edge of this little plaque or her little island. All the way to the edge. Maybe this is her tropical getaway. I don't know, but I tell you what, I would live here. For sure. I love to be surrounded by green and woods and mushrooms and goodness. Love it. And then I'm going to make it almost like it rolls down or bevels down on the edge. And then we're going to make her some little steps. Even though she flies, sometimes she walks. I'm going to take a few pieces of that wood and I'm just going to do like small, medium, and large so that the smallest step is on top. It's going to fit right there underneath that. I'm going to go ahead and glue the bottom and the second step on there. And then I will choose and place the top step. Doesn't take long for this part to dry. It's going to take a little while for the cork to dry, so just be patient with that. But it is all covered and it will stick down. I tried to shake off the excess and nothing moved. It all stayed right there. How cute is that? Yes. You can use gravel, or you can use anything that you have if you want to make a little walkway. You can even use those tiny little bits that you get out of like a fish aquarium. You know how they have the little colorful stones or little rocks? That would be really cute. I guess they call it gravel. I'm not sure. But that would be really cute for like a really magical fairy look. I always have these garden fairies and the ones that are woodland fairies, you know? But you do whatever you like best. Then I added some of that cork around the bottom of the mailbox just because I liked it. See, we got some stuff going on in the back and the front. I love it. I'm going to add some more moss in the other little areas. I always like to take a good look at the whole project, up close, far away, back, front, side to side, and just let my imagination run wild. I just add stuff where I want to, and you know, you don't have to do this much if you don't want to do this much, but it just makes my heart so happy. I feel like a kid doing this, and y'all, I just turned 50. On the 31st of March, I turned 50. And it doesn't bother me one bit. You know, it doesn't. I feel good for 50. I do. Look at that. That's cute so far, right? So we're going to place another little piece of wood over here because maybe she needs a bench where she can come out and contemplate before she takes a little fly over to her playground so she can sit in her swing. And then, of course, if there's a tree stump down, we got to have something living by it, right? Let's just add a little more right there. And look at her house, y'all. Wouldn't you like to live in a house like this? She's a good housekeeper, and she's a good little gardener too, isn't she? But she works so hard, she has to have a rest, so that she has her little garden where she can go sit in her swing and think about her hard day's work. These projects bring me so much joy, and I hope they do you too. Here are the two projects. Excuse my photography lights above the dome. I will take that off for you in just a minute so you can see what it looks like. Isn't that cute? Y'all, I did all of this on a budget, but it doesn't look like I did this on a budget, does it? By thrifting and using Dollar Tree items and maybe some things that other people don't want anymore, you can really make some unique works of art. You're not doing the same thing as everybody else, and it makes it unique. You know, age is just a state of mind. It really is. We still have a bit of that playfulness inside of us. We just have to be brave enough to just let it come out. Don't let people tell you that you're silly for doing this kind of stuff. No, indeed. If this brings you joy, you do it. And these projects are so fun to me. Look at her. Look at her swinging. She's so cute. First project is going to be a set of 3 vases. We're going to use some painter's tape, paintbrushes, of course, some scissors, variety of chalk paints. We're going to use a Spanish moss, oatmeal, and pumpkin. These are the vases I chose. These are from Target, and I actually got them at a store called Dirt Cheap. They're pretty, they're already dipped. And these beautiful Whispering Willow transfers from Iron Orchid Designs. I definitely am in love with this set because you know the style that we do on this channel. You know I love budget friendly, and rather than buying decor, these beautiful ladies here, Sally and Josie, sent me some of these. Love it. This is just an example of the pieces that we might be using today for these projects. This is not a sponsored video, just trying them out. Just going to share it with you to try it out. So I'm going to take these vases here, and I'm going to be coloring each of these in a different color. Now these colors to me all look really good together. They are perfect for fall decor, but you could definitely, if you like a woodland theme, you could use these all year long. I'm not making anything for any specific season. So just, take the inspiration and do what you will. I'm going to tape off the area above the shaded bottom, which already has like a matte paint on the bottom. Just going to cover that up. So I have a nice crisp line. Now, rather than going side to side, I'm going to go up and down so that none of my paint bleeds underneath the painter's tape. And this way, I get a nice crisp line that's going to divide it up, and the bottle will look like it came exactly from the manufacturer that way. I will be using 2 coats of paint on each one of these, and I'll let you see a little bit of that process just in case you are visiting my channel and you are a new crafter who, wants to get started in using transfers. The rest of y'all, I know a lot of y'all are already pros and you know how to do this. So let's consider the new folks here, and we can just chat and hang out and enjoy each other's company while we slow it down a bit for the new folks. I welcome everybody to the channel. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing. I've chosen pumpkin for the middle size. I'm going to go over this one in the same way. Now the line on this bottle was not straight, so in my attempt to straighten it out, I used my tape as my line and lined it up on the end that I first put down with the end once it's wrapped around, and it makes a nice line. Now you can see here, there's a little bit of white there. I'm not too concerned about that. We'll put that in the back. Okay, so then I'm going to be taking off my tape while the second coat is still drying. It's not completely dry. You can go ahead and paint the bottom of your vase, and my vases in particular have a flat top, so I can just sit it right on its top to let the bottom part dry. You can use a drying tool, you can put it in front of a fan, or you can just go have a cup of coffee while it dries. So this is 2 coats of paint. These little shutters I'm just using to hold this to keep it from rolling. At first I thought I wanted to do this one, and then I realized, wait, that's kind of big, and it's such a pretty piece. I don't want to cut it for this. I'm going to save this for a piece of furniture or something larger. But this piece of greenery will look beautiful on here. If you want to do something that contrasts, you can certainly do that. But I like the idea of it being green and then putting this greenery on top of it. If I wanted to divide these up into, divide the 3 up for different seasons, perhaps this would be something that you could use for spring or for summer. But to me, you can use it all year round because it's, it's green. And it works in my decor. So when you take this off, it's sticky on the back where the transfer itself is. So the colored part is kind of sticky. It will help hold this thing in place while you start rubbing it down. This little tool is what came with the stencils. It's like I don't think it's glass, but it looks like frosted glass. And you can just use this to push this down. Now this works great. I really like this because it's narrow and you can really get around corners and curves with it rather than using some type of a squeegee that's hard. And in the beginning, it doesn't take this much time to apply these, but I was so nervous about messing them up because they're so gorgeous that I really wanted to take my time and make sure I did it correctly. So I'm just going to go around, especially like on glass. And you should always, before, you paint or anything on glass, clean it with alcohol. Make sure that you don't have any oil or residue or lotion or anything from your hands on there. Get it nice and clean. Then you put your transfer down and it's going to stay. And then you could actually seal it, but since I have this on glass, I chose not to seal it. I don't want to have a frosted look on top of my glass. Okay, and the reveal is always so exciting, y'all. So exciting. Now, when you put these down, you can kind of tell because the color will change as it lifts away from the backing. Oh my gosh, the color of these transfers is so beautiful. I love that it's like a watercolor sort of look. I love that. And look how well it sticks to that chalk paint and onto the glass. Now, after you put your transfer down, you want to rub back over it with the backing. That just helps kind of burnish it down and keep everything in place. And to me, it takes kind of the matte around the edges, it takes that down a bit so it blends in like it was hand painted, and I love that. So let's move on to the middle one, and this one is going to be the orange one. Y'all look at this hummingbird. I love hummingbirds. I have feeders in my yard, and when I saw this little cutie in orange, I knew she had to go on this bottle. Yes, she's a she. We're going to call her she. Of course, it could be a he. You know, I don't know. But we're going to call her she for this intent and purpose. Now, in this one, I'm going to show you how you can make this transfer, although it is larger than the surface of the bottle itself, not including the neck. I'm going to show you how you can make this work. So I'll start by working on the bottom and work my way up, always keeping my hands on the backing so nothing slips around. You see, I'm always holding that in place. You see how narrow his little beak is? That is not even a problem. I didn't tear it, and I was worried. I was worried that I might leave that on when I took the backing off, but I didn't. I took my time. I really worked on this transfer to make sure that I didn't have any mistakes, because like I said, they're so pretty. I don't want to waste anything as gorgeous as this. You know, I don't like to waste anyway. Let's just be honest, folks. I'm all about saving money on this channel. And this is so beautiful. So around these little feathers on the wing, I'm just going to take my scissors and clip into the blank space in between them so that they can easily curve down over the top where it connects to the neck. I'm going to just push that down and then just rub that down right over the curve. Still holding everything in place, working slowly in sections so that it does not tear when the backing begins to lift away. And you can see that it is sticking down there. Just really putting the edge on there so you can turn your little tool there to the side. And y'all don't have a cut on my finger. That's a little bit of paint because I'm messy. Y'all know how I do. I'll clean up my table, but my hands always look terrible. See, I carefully lifting to see if it's all up. And if it's not, I'll work on it a little bit more. Always take that extra time. It's going to be worth it in your results. You just kind of try to be patient. And these go quickly anyway. Even though I've taken so much time to show you how much time it takes, it goes quickly. These go quickly. If you consider hand painting or trying to stencil something like this, just think about it. Oh my goodness. Look how beautiful. And no tears, no rips, and no beak left behind. Look at that. Stunning. That is so pretty, and I love it with that orange. Yes. Great results. Love it. Okay, so for the smallest little vase, it has a wider bottom than it does top. You see, it has kind of a tapered look upwards. So I knew I wanted to use these mushrooms because I like it with that oatmeal chalk paint color. Still too big, and although I could have curved it over the top, I didn't like the idea of it being over the top. So what you can do in a situation like that is just slowly start trimming away at the bottom of your transfer, maintaining the shape. So all I'm really doing is keeping a roundish shape, trimming it down little bit at a time until I'm sure of the size that I want. And then I do decide that I want to separate the small one from the larger ones to make it a little bit easier to work with. And I do recommend that you cut your stencils into sections to make it easier for you too. It's just a little bit less to have to handle at one time, you know. So you can see I'm really taking my time here, and I want to keep this looking like a curved bottom. I want this to mimic the way it looked, you know, to begin with. And now I've got it. Yeah, I've got exactly where I want it. So I'm going to trim off anything else that might get in the way. I'm going to keep my necessities there on the backing, and then I'll decide how I want to place it. So I have a little bit on the glass and a little bit on the painted section. I'll press it down well with my hand, and then I'll grab that tool and start laying that down. The mushrooms and everything in this set are stunning. There are strawberries in there. There are vines. tree stumps, all kinds of birds. It's just absolutely beautiful. I know I'm going to be getting more IOD. Now, you may consider that it's an investment to get IOD, but I'm always talking about saving money on your channel. There are certain things, there are ways you can save money by getting things that are at a discount price, that are clearance price, that are curbside finds, that are garage sale finds, that you get at the thrift store, that you flip from something you already have and maybe paint it, make it different so that it matches your decor now. You can save money that way so that when you have things that you really, really want, like something that costs a little more money, something that's, going to be a little bit more of an investment, you have saved money all along to get it, and it's worth it. That's my opinion, and I encourage you to consider that when you're buying, products to make your crafts. And you may think, oh my gosh, that just costs too much. That's not budget friendly. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You just have to be cautious about what you're doing, and you have to pay attention to your budget and what's going to fit into your budget. And look how easy that was. I didn't even have to use the tool. I just used my fingernail to put that down. Isn't that something? And I trimmed that down, and instead of having it sitting by itself over there, I put its stem right next to the clump so that it looks like they all came up together. And I like that. Now you will notice I scratched my paint a little bit. You see here and here? That's so easy to fix. I'm going to get my little stamper brush, take some of that paint off in the same color, just take most of it off, and just pat it down over that really lightly. Once it dries, you'll never even know there was a scratch on there. Gotta love chalk paint. Now, how's that? We don't give up easy over here, do we? You can watch my videos on Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. Subscribe for free, and I will see you quite happily in the comments. Next is going to be a wood slice sign. Now, this is a slice of wood, but you could also call this a live edge sign. So I'm going to sand off my area here. I found this at the thrift store. I am just going to go over it with my little sander to make sure that the area that we're going to apply the transfer to is nice and smooth and gets a good grip on the wood. I also like to take the edges there and just kind of round them down with the little sanding tool. And this just came from Dollar Tree. I didn't spend a lot of money on this. If you want to use a hand sander instead, you can certainly do that. I'm not going over onto that raw edge. I want to leave it that way, and I'll show you how to preserve it. Wipe all of your sawdust off of there, or your little dust from where we sanded, sanding dust. See all that excess? You got to get that off. You don't want to mess anything up or have anything interfering with the bond between your transfer. So what I'm going to do is just take a paper towel, which I really wouldn't recommend. I should have used a brush so it wouldn't get stuck in the cracks. But knock off everything that is, freely falling apart on the edge. Okay, and then we're going to seal this with some Mod Podge. I'm going to use my satin Mod Podge because I'm out of my my matte Mod Podge. Going to use the satin, not a problem, doesn't matter to me. I'm going to go in there with a stiff bristly brush, and I'm going to press that down into all the cracks, all the areas around the bark, and any little section that has an opening in it. I'm going to be sure that I really get down in there. Now, I'm not going to use a brush and brush it on because I will possibly damage the bark and have some of it fall off. I want it to stay where it's at. And so by bouncing this up and down in there, I can keep it all in place. And then you can also go over that outer ring or that little darker area on the edge of the light wood. You can go over that as well with it. So just pouncing it in there so it gets, you can see the little cracks. You want that going there. Now this is going to keep it from falling apart. For those of you who are not aware, this is a good way to preserve those little raw edge pieces of wood. And you're going to do the same thing to the other side, of course. And then we're also going to flip it over on the back. And then I'm just going to kind of brush it on the back. If you need to pounce it up and down, you can do that. But since this is a flat area, brushing it's just fine. Now you can also dry this a little bit if you want to with your heating tool, or leave it overnight, whatever you like. I used my heating tool. It is mostly dry.
And this way I won't have any glue in the way or any Mod Podge in the way of putting down my stencil. I need to work quickly to get 2 videos out a week for y'all, and this way I can get it done. But if you've got time to take your time, then go ahead and do that. All right, so this I knew I had to use, and I love the idea of having this on a wood slice. So I positioned it the opposite way so that the big part of the mushroom was at the larger opening or diameter of the wood. So it's almost like it's smaller at the bottom than the top, and you can see that. And so is the mushroom stencil. I will lay this down on here. We're going to do something special with this one, so y'all hang around. All right, and then when I get it in place, I'm going to press it down. Now once you press it, once you drop it down on that wood, or your surface that you're using, you're not going to be able to pull it up. So you be very careful before you put it down, or you are going to tear your transfer. But I love that it has that stickiness to help hold it in place. Love that. So the same process here. I've sped it up a little bit because I know probably by now y'all know what to do. Be sure that you get all those little edges too, all those extra details that these sisters put into these beautiful pieces. Be sure you get all of that extra detail. Get all the goodness out of your money. Y'all know what to do. I'm going to go all over this thing. The planter that the mushrooms are in, the beautiful moss, and there are some little pieces of moss that are off to the side. I'm going to grab all those goodies in there and every bit of my mushrooms. And I'm even going to turn this thing sideways and then press it down this way as well. I don't want to tear it at all. Love mushrooms. Okay, now I'm going to slowly peel this up. I'm making sure that I'm looking underneath as I'm doing it so I don't leave any pieces out. Do you see the richness of this color? Look how beautiful that is. Really going to pay attention to making sure everything's in place and nice and matte looking. This also could be sealed if you want to. In fact, all the projects I do today, you can seal if you want to. But I chose not to do it on my projects today. But, you know, who knows? In the future, yes. And if I use some of this IOD on pieces of furniture or larger pieces that will be touched a lot, I will be sealing those. So we'll see how it looks once they're sealed. And I'll bring that to you as well. Hoping to get some pieces for Christmas. I love to do vintage Christmas. Y'all know this about me. You know I love the Victorian stuff and the woodland stuff. So if I can manage to pick some up for Christmas, I'll be picking some up for Christmas, and I'll show you what we can do with that on bigger pieces.
Now I'm going to add on some of these little pieces of picket, and this just comes in a roll. I got mine while I was thrifting, but you can definitely buy these at like Hobby Lobby, Michael's, Joann, I'm sure has them. You can order them on Amazon. I think I saw some on Temu as well. So you can use those to place down in your moss and make it look like it's a little, you know, like a little garden gate. You know, just a little extra something on there if you want to adorn it in some way. And I like the moss on the bottom and the little garden gate. So why not add a little more nature to it? I'm going to take this branch I found outside. It's got a little bit of lichen on it. Beautiful, beautiful sagey looking color, grayish green. I'm going to add this to the top because why not? Why not? Let's really do this up. You don't have to just put a transfer down on a piece of wood and be done. You can embellish it, really make it your own. You know how we do on this channel, ladies and gents. You know how we do. I just wanted to add a little bit of that green back into the top of it like we had in the bottom. And I'm just going to add a little hot glue to put those in there. Just to bring the color up a bit, but you certainly don't have to do this. Not at all. Like it. And right here in the top, I'm going to add a little hot glue, and I'm going to add some Spanish moss right in the top. And you can get this at craft stores too. I get mine out of my trees, dry it on the porch in the sun. There you go. And in case y'all are concerned, no, I'm not scared of little bugs. I'm not scared of them at all. Haven't had a problem bringing them into the house, so no more than I would if I walked outside and came in the house and they were on my clothes. Not a problem. What do you think about this one? I like it. This one's going in my bedroom where I'm switching over to like a forest core, dark cottage core look. I think it's going to look really nice in there. For it, the wood riser set is going to be next. All right, I'm going to put on some gloves this time because this is not a stain that I'm using, but it is a tint and it can make a mess on my fingernails. So I'm just going to go ahead and use this walnut wood tint for both of these. Now this double set of risers is a Target item. Again, Dirt Cheap is a closeout store, a bargain store. It gets items and gaylords of materials from past seasons and holidays and such, and they get it at a discount, and then they are able to sell it at a discount. So I get really good deals on these pieces. So I like to get them and use them, especially the ones that are wood, because they're just pretty much blanks that I can use for anything. So I'm going to stain the top and the bottom here. And they have little round legs. I'm going to stain those as well, or color them, or tint them, whatever. I'm also going to go around the edges. I like this dark color a little bit better than the light wood, which I have used before. But now that I'm going just a little darker in my color scheme, I think that the walnut is going to match my decor better. Feel free to spray paint these any color you like. Get your chalk paint out. You can chalk paint it. I just wanted to try and see how these transfers would work on top of this type of product. So we're gonna see how it works on top of the tint. I'm not gonna use it on top of wax because I just don't feel like that's a good idea. It would probably repel one another. No, what's your experience with IOD and using any type of a distressing wax? All right, so now I've got these beautiful pieces of greenery, and there are 2 different colors in here. Look at all the goodness in this one pack. Look at it. Just look at it. And you know that IOD is sold by individuals. It's sort of you have distributors that sell it. So just, look in your area, Google it, and see who you can find that sells these types of things. All right, I'm just going to press this down and get this all locked into place. And I really want to see how this works against this darker stain. If the color stays true, if there's any translucence, if I'm seeing the wood through the transfer. I really want to see how the color is going to play on top of this darkness. So that's what I'm doing here. And if you're using something that's wood, be sure that you sand it first so that you're not fighting against ridges and stuff, because I really should have went over this with a sander and I didn't do it on this piece, but I should have. So you see the difference. Oh, I love that. That is so pretty. So pretty. And it just, look at that. It looks hand painted. It doesn't look like it was even. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now I am going to be layering the transfers to see how that works. I'm putting this lighter color on top because in my mind, the lighter section would be the part closer to the sun, and maybe that part of the tree would change colors first and fall first, maybe. Press this one down, whatever angle you like, but I like the idea that we're going in the same direction with both of these, and one is on top of the other. Like I said, let's see how well this works when you kind of overlap. Will they actually stick? Will there be bleed through? Y'all, I can't tell you how shocked I was when I saw this. Look at it. The richness of that color is still there. Look at it. Can you see how obsessed I was? Love it.
That just makes more dimension. When you see leaves in trees, they're overlapping one another, right? They're not all beside each other perfectly so that we can see each one. No, they're not. Look at this beautiful little stem of flowers. This was actually part, I think, off of one of those berry vines that I cut off. Or the one that's laying on the table down there. That might be the piece. But anyway, you can take these transfers and cut them into sections. You can use leaves off of other pieces. I mean, you could just really, the sky's the limit with this, honestly. And you can see that as I push it down, because you got that darker background, you can see when the transfer has lifted away from the backing, which makes it very convenient. And you'll even see on this section that I'll go a lot quicker than I did in the beginning with the bottles, because you know, I was trying to find my footing with it and all that, and make sure I didn't mess anything up. And with glass, you got to be super careful. But I chose this little bird, and there are several in the pack. And I'm going to just set her down. And I would say this bird's probably a her, because she's brown. And most of the time, the colorful birds are the males, right? It's their duty to attract the females. I think that's the way it goes. Okay, so I'm just going to push it down with my hands, and then I'm going to go over all the details. Don't forget now, when you have little sections and tips of wings and feathers and beaks and the feet down there, you want to be sure, really sure, that you go over every bit of that so that you don't break off a piece of your transfer. And if at any point in this video I have said stencil rather than transfer, I don't know why my brain wants to use those interchangeably. But no, absolutely what I mean in this entire video is transfers, because that's what we're working with. So my apologies if that's confused anybody. Are y'all pros now at laying down transfers? You should be pros now at laying them down. So now I'm going to take a different one, because the bird looks like he's just floating up there. And I am going to add another leaf from a different section right there, almost to look like maybe there's a branch behind him that he's standing on. And this covers up the feet perfectly. See how it changes color when it starts to lift away? It gets lighter. I like that. You can really customize any of the pieces that you're doing. And if you are somebody who likes to sell your projects at craft shows and such, think of how you can customize your own. What you can make differently, how you can layer these, and look how I'm just cutting this apart. We'll cut it in little sections and use what I like on it. I'll go ahead and add another one of these same little flowers right over here by the leaf. That's going to cover up his other little claw, or his little foot, her foot. And then I've just customized this to make it my own. And that's what I want you to do. I want you to customize them to make them your own. Any way that you like, any colors in your sets that you like. I can imagine the tons of projects I can get out of just one booklet of these transfers. See, again, I'm cutting this, I'm making it, just taking the bud off, cutting the greenery off so it looks like it belongs there, and extending that upward just a little bit. Y'all, they have all kinds of holiday transfers, they have all kinds of seasonal transfers, they have Victorian looking stuff, they have French, farmhouse. There are, I can't even tell you, but I do encourage you to go over to their website and check out all the things they make. Plus they have a YouTube channel, they do Instagram, I'm sure they do TikTok, and follow those ladies. They'll give you ideas. They're going to show you what's coming out, and they'll give you ideas on how you can use them. Look at this beautiful red fox. I'm going to put him down here, and I want to make sure his tail is on there, so I just put him off center a little bit. Put him down on here. I look at this red fox and I think about my grandson, because his little baby shower was in a little woodland theme, and then we have some little woodland things in his room, and it's just really cute.
Really, really cute. So it kind of reminds me of him. Plus, he's got some toys that are foxes, and he's kind of sly too, you know. He's 5 months old. He's kind of sly. Sly like a fox. All right, so I'm just going to make sure that he is on there well. Again, you can see the difference in the color when it is still needing to be pushed down, and the sections where it's already done. Kind of looks like it's more muted when it's coming from the backing. Oh my goodness, look at the color. Beautiful. Beautiful. That looks hand painted. And look at the details. Look at those whiskers, y'all. Look, his little eyebrows. Obsessed. I'm obsessed. I want to put him in a little grouping of mushrooms because I love mushrooms. I think I've said that already in this video. I'm just going to make this look like he's just sitting in a little nest of mushrooms. So I'm just going to put these all around him. I had chosen the bigger mushrooms, but the scale of it was not what I needed for this little fox. So I changed it up a bit and chose these. They're a little bit smaller. I can get a lot more on there. Love the little polka dot mushrooms. So I don't know all my mushrooms by name. When you hear me say mushroom, it's usually a cute mushroom. So all mushrooms are cute mushrooms in my book. I make sure it stays down. Same process. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but it's to encourage the people who have not, maybe never done transfers. But you can do it, you know. It takes a little time, you know. Things that take time are not hard. You know, you can see something and go, oh, I love that, but I could never do it. Yes, you can. You watch me do it. Watch me do it. I show you step by step what to do. Watch me do it. If you've got to watch this video back and push pause 1,000,000 times just to get it done, then get it done. You can do it. And you're going to be so surprised, shocked, and proud of yourself. I promise you. I promise you, you can do this. They did all the work for you. Look at this little beautiful thing. And they're almost like they're sitting on the top of his tail because I wanted to be sure that I could see all of it. Get them all in there, not trimming them down. Then, rather than it looking like they're growing out of his tail, we're going to add a little piece of greenery over there so that it is layered backwards, so that it is giving us a little bit of dimension and depth. And by layering these beautiful transfers, we can really achieve that look. And y'all, the colors, even the dark colors, like that rust color mushroom, the red one over there to the left, look how they still show up so vividly on that dark background. Absolutely love this. You don't have to just do these on paint. You can definitely use these on top of stains and on top of wood tints. Now, I can't speak to all stains and all wood tints, but you see the one I used, so I can speak to that one. I can't guarantee anything. This is new to me too. Put another mushroom up here. And this will be trimmed as well. I wasn't sure of my position, so I went ahead and took it off the backing and put the head of the mushroom or the cap of the mushroom down first. And then I took my scissors and trimmed right up to where I pressed it down so that it would be flush against the side of the fox. And that one looks like it's behind him rather than beside him. So far, so good. I'm going to grab one more piece of greenery, and I cut this off of another section, and I'm going to lay it right over his tail because he's kind of hiding back there, right? He's sly. He's hiding. And again, this is going to give you the dimension. So you have the leaves in the front, the fox in the middle, and some mushrooms in the back behind him. And I think it looks nice, especially since we don't have the benefit of any shadows on these. This will give you that dimension. And you can see with all of this layering, none of my transfers tore, ripped, pulled apart, remained stuck on the backing, anything. Like, you could really do some fast, beautiful projects with these. And here are the two risers side by side. Love it. And like I said, seal them if you would like. Here are the 6 beautiful new pieces that we created today. If you enjoyed them, I'd love a thumbs up. 6. This took me absolutely very little time to create. And this one we went ahead and added our own dimension to by sprucing it up a bit with some nature, of course. I can't wait to use more of these, and I've saved some that I'm going to be using in the springtime, and I can't wait to try those out. Thank you so much to the ladies on IOD for sending me these and many more items in a goodie box to test out their beautiful pieces, and I'm definitely going to be making investments of my own in their product because I really love these. Be sure you hit your notification bell because they also sent me some stamps and inks to use, and I will be trying those out too. The first project is going to be our mushroom trio. We're going to start off with some mushrooms. Mine are foam. I've used these in other projects. Love them. Little wood piece. That's going to be like a bottom or a base. Some little slices of wood. You can get these at Dollar Tree. A little bit of moss. And then some of this ground cover moss. And it's like in a little mat or a carpet. We're going to trim this off to make it a little bit easier to manage. It cuts off very easily. And then I'm just going to hold it in place and cut around it so I have exactly the right size. So once it is trimmed up, we're going to add some hot glue and then put this right down in place. Now, I thrifted this little mat of moss, so I'm not sure where it came from, but I am certain any craft store has it. Dollar Tree may even have it at this point. Just going to press it down nice and firmly, and then we're going to make a base for that, just using this little piece of wood. Looks like a little stump. We're going to put that underneath there, and that's going to be like a little riser for our project. So I know that I like these 3 mushrooms, and I want them to be together in a clump. So I am going to take my hot glue and put right down in the middle, and in between all the little pieces I'll have little strings everywhere that I have to clean up. I'm gonna hold them together tightly for a couple of minutes. You won't see how long I hold it, but give it time to dry. Then it's got a nice fat base for us to put it down on this project. If you are putting it one by one, you might want to try a different technique, but with this being so wide from the 3 of these, there's plenty of room for glue to hold it in place. But you're gonna have to hold it until that glue dries, because you see, as soon as I added glue, my little bundle tried to come apart. Alright, so now I'm going to take a little bit of the Spanish moss. This just came out of my yard, but I think you can get this at Dollar Tree also, and you certainly can get it at craft stores. I'm just going to press it down in the glue around the bottom where it's connected. This just kind of gives it like a little base. You know, if you've seen mushrooms grow in the wild, they grow out of the ground and they just push everything up around it. Almost like they're playing peekaboo. So maybe it pushed up through that moss. Who knows? Now these beautiful pieces of fern, actually each little piece that sticks out looks like a fern. So I'm just going to use those to my advantage and make these look like a full-grown fern in a mini version, of course. So I'll pull off each little piece and use some glue here. You might want to use some super glue or something that dries fast, or use a cooler temp glue, or just really be patient while each one of these pieces dries. You're gonna have to help support them just a little bit until they dry. And you can pretty much tell when the glue turns cool that the glue is dry. That's just kind of what I go by. Now ferns grow sort of from the inside outward, almost like a little explosion. So you'll have a clump and then they roll outward. They have little little strands that grow up in little curls, and then they stretch out and fall to the side. So that's what I'm doing with this fern, trying to make it look as natural as it would look in the wild. And someday, if you're interested, I'll take you for a walk around my yard and in the woods, and we'll look at the mushrooms that I have growing in my yard and all the little ferns and things that I have living in my yard, because those things give me inspiration for my projects, and I think they might give you a little inspiration too. So this is how this looks. And I think it looks really pretty. I think this would be great on a tier tray if you're doing tier trade. If not, just sitting in your kitchen window or on your table, in a curio cabinet. You could set this down in the top of a mug or a wooden cup or bowl. You could put it in your dough bowl with some pine cones and other wild pieces that you found on your own nature walks. The next project is going to be a standing wreath. This is another mini. I'm going to use some green and white pitberry, Dollar Tree of course, a mini wreath. It's just a grapevine wreath, another one of those wood pieces, and some baby's breath, a little bit extra of that fern, and then the same piece of mat, that the moss mat, carpet mat rug piece, flat. All right, then I'm just going to glue it down same way as we did before. Measure it, cut it, glue it. I'm going to take off a segment of this. They are wound together, so you can just unwind them and then cut off whatever length that you want. And I'm just going to begin wrapping this all around my wreath. You could leave your wreath like this if you wanted to, but I like the idea of this looking like it is alive, like it has some life to it. So showing a blooming vine or a vine with berries, to me, shows that it's life. You know, it represents life. So I'm going to go with my baby's breath, and we're going to make each one of these its own individual little flowers, because this is a mini, so you wouldn't want to use a full-size flower on here. It would completely cover it up. So we're just going to do some clumps of 3. They're going to be some little duos. They're going to be some that are single on there, and I'm just going to do it all around the front and sides of here, because I just don't see the need to do the back. But by all means, if you're going to be looking at your small angles, do the back too. And then any little wild pieces that don't look right, you can just cut off. Like the 2 that are kind of crazy looking in the middle there, I'm going to just trim those off in a bit. It was kind of drawing my eye way too much, and the symmetry just was not there. I couldn't deal with it, y'all. Couldn't deal with it. So then, that's how it will look after I've trimmed off the little stray ones from the center. And I know I want it to stand up, so I'm going to choose the flattest bottom of the wreath, the flattest section. I'm going to hold it right down in the center of that moss-covered piece of wood until it is dry. And then you can start adding in some fern. The woods beside my house is full of ferns, and when they start blooming, they are absolutely beautiful. There's like a bayou or something down there, a little swampy area, and it is just full, just teeming full of life down there. It's frogs and squirrels and birds and mushrooms and all types of algae. It's just beautiful. The next project will be a daisy shadow box. I got a thrifted frame. Looks like it came from a craft store. These are also thrifted. They're little pieces of, I think, plaster flowers and leaves. Kind of dirty, but we'll clean them up. I've got a parchment and a king's gold paints, a oak paint marker, a variety of brushes and sponge brush, and then a piece of parquet flooring. See, it's bendy. And then I've got 2 of these large popsicle sticks. Now for this base, we're going to fold the 2 sides up. There's some type of a wire that holds this in pieces. It's going to work to our advantage to help us make sides of a box, because this will be our shadow box. So I'm going to take my first popsicle stick, kind of figure out where I need to cut it, and then just using my cutters here, I'm just going to cut it off on both ends so that I make a bottom, and then we'll make a top for this box. So the first two projects were probably something you would find in the base of the woods, in the shade, in the shadows, in the cool. But the daisies here are going to be on the edge of the property, right? They're going to be where the sun is peeking in. Now I'm just going to push those down into some hot glue that I've put there so that it makes a floor. And then I'm going to flip it over and do the same thing for the other side. Now in a moment, my camera is going to die, so I'll just go ahead and tell you what we did and give you a quick little idea of what we did when we get to that point. Alright, so now we have the box, which is going to be the back part of the frame, and then the frame will rest right on top of it. Alright, so here's that marker. I'm going to go all the way across with the grain on the frame. I'm also going to go on the outside and the inside with this paint. Now it's not the same color as the wood that's on the inside, so feel free to color your wood, if you have a piece of wood back, all the same color. But in the woods we have a variety, so I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to be okay with it. I'm just going to use a brush to clean up these little plaster pieces, and it gets all the dust out of the cracks and makes them perfect. See the difference? Now I'm going to do the same thing to the flowers. I'm going to put some of that parchment paint down there, and then I'm going to take a floral pick that we've taken the flowers off of for another project. This is why I save them. And right in the middle where they have the little openings, I'm just going to stick them down onto the branch with some hot glue. Originally, my idea was to put this on here to make it easier to paint, but then I thought, hey, you know what? Let's just leave them on the stem. Let's just leave them on this stem, and we'll go with it. We'll make it work. So now that they're dry and the glue is cool, I'm going to start off by painting the petals. The petals are going to be that beautiful parchment color, and it's like an off-white or a cream color, but you can use solid white if you would like on your flowers. Whatever type of flower you get, you can use wooden flowers, you can use sticker flowers. I know not everybody's going to find a plaster flower, but you can also use regular florals if you want to. This is just how you would do it if you found something similar to this. I'm taking 2 shades of green and a brown color, and I'm going to kind of get a little bit of each one of it onto my brush to start painting the leaves, because I want my leaves to look like they are, you know, something that you would actually see in the wild. It's not a solid bright green, but it's going to have some variation in color. It's going to have some darker spots, some lighter spots. It's going to have some shadows and some highlights. And I'm going to do each leaf like this, just like on my flower. I did all the flowers in the cream color and let them dry. And while they are drying, we're working on the leaves, and I'm going to do the sides and the back too, and I'll give the leaves 2 coats, only one for the flowers. Kind of build in the color. Now I'm going to tap into a little bit of that brown and a little bit of the gold. I feel like Bob Ross right now. And then I'll have a little more gold on one side, a little more brown on one side. So it's going to give it a very pretty sort of an ombre in the middle of our flower. We're going to make that daisy have a very beautiful center. And I'm just using a little foam brush to apply it. If you got a steady hand, go ahead and use a paintbrush. And don't worry, if you don't get it right the first time, you can just go ahead and do it again. Go right over the top and it'll be just fine. You see the difference in the color there, the variation? Very pretty. Just tapping into that and put it on each one. Oh, and you can drop it like I did. Paint all over me. Isn't that crazy? So if you press down and kind of pounce it up and down and give it just like a little twist, it seems to give you a finer edge, a better edge there. So that's what I'm trying to do. And there it is. I think it looks pretty. But you can use gold or orange or yellow, whatever color you want in the center of yours. I'm going to set them aside, let them dry, trim off my wire, then we can decide where we want them to go in the box. Keeping in mind that the frame has to go back on and I want it all to be seen. I'm going to grab my E6000. You can use super glue or whatever type of long hold you want to use. And I'm going to use hot glue in between just to hold it down until the E6000 has a chance to dry. And I'm going to press it down until the hot glue is cool. And then it is secure. Now I've just placed my leaves where I think I might want them. And then I'm going to add hot glue and E6000 to those to hold them in place. I should say that I should have used E6000, but at this point I was only using my hot glue. It's Gorilla Glue, so hopefully it'll hold. I think the look of this is really cute. So I'm going to grab that E6000 again. I'm going to add some of that here and there all over the edge or the top portion of the walls here on the sides, and then a little hot glue so that we can put the frame right on top of it. If you wanted to, you could also do like maybe a white finish or a whitewash over this, but to keep it woodland, I'm going to leave the raw wood. I think that's pretty. We want to hang it. It won't sit flat because of the shape of the frame, so I'm just going to use the little joints between the wood as kind of a guide of where I want to put my hanger, and we'll just use jute for that. A little bit right in that crack, push that little piece of jute straight down into there, and that will hold it in place. And then once that is dried, you can turn it over and you have a beautiful little piece that you can hang up. Pretty. Faux flowers would be beautiful here too. So you could still do your frames, use faux flowers. Next project is a garden lamppost. This one is my favorite. So if you've stuck around, I'm so glad to have you here. I'm going to use flat black paint. These little lanterns from Dollar Tree, I'm just going to use one of those. I'm going to use a variety of paints, mocha parchment and red, some paint brushes, some moss. This is just a little, like a crook that you can put a sign on. They came originally from Target. And some of these mushrooms from the same set as the flowers I used. And then a little miniature wreath. It's a grapevine wreath. So I'm going to start by painting. We're going to take a little of that latte and parchment, and we're going to mix those together. What we're going to do right now is to work on the base of those mushrooms, and I want them to be sort of a creamy beige color. Don't want to make them solid white. I've never seen a mushroom that is solid white. It's not to say they're not out there in nature. They're just not in my yard. So I'm going to go over the bottom part, which is the underneath part of the mushroom and the stem. They have appropriate names, scientific names, but we're just going to go with the bottom of the cap and the little stem. How about that? So we'll do all those and let them dry. We're going to spray paint this. You can easily push this out. You just push on the top, turn it, and then the little light will pop out. So this will be painted completely black with the spray paint, and the little loop on top also. I'm going to tear a piece of masking tape to fit over the bulb part of this light because it's going to get a spray of black paint as well, and I do not want my light to be affected. So we're just going to cover it up to make sure that it doesn't get any black paint on it. You want it to look like it's actually flickering. Now that the bottom has dried and our pretty little lamp or our little lantern is drying with its paint on it, we're going to add a little bit of brown to the red, just so I have sort of a, not so bright of a red, but more of a richer, deeper red. and I'm going to start painting the top. I want these to be similar to the other mushrooms that we crafted with, the foam ones that are red with the little cream colored dots on top. I'm going to try to mimic that. So I'm just going to carefully and slowly go around the top of this, and I'll do each one, and I do get closer to the edge. I was just not very brave when I started. And then all of these will have a chance to dry absolutely completely before we move on with putting the dots on top, because if you put white dots on the top of that, it is just going to bleed out and turn pink. We're going to work on the base, which is this little grapevine wreath here, and I'm just tearing up some of this moss. I think this is reindeer moss maybe, and I'm going to start kind of gluing it down here and there on this wreath. I'm trying to find, like, if the back side's a little more flat, I try to kind of put that down in there, and I'm going to tuck it as if it is really growing in between there. We have live oak trees in our yard, and there's very pretty bright green moss that grows underneath the trees. It's just gorgeous. It's just gorgeous when the light filters through on them. This is why I love woodland, people. There's so much magic and mystery and beauty in it. There's really beauty everywhere, though, if you take a chance. You know, you take the time, I guess is a better word for it, to sit out and look and just not stress about other things. You just kind of keep an open mind and just feel the sun, and take your shoes off and put your feet in the sand when it's warm outside. Just kind of connect back with nature. It's a great feeling. It's a very refreshing, connected feeling. We're all part of the circle of life, right? We can reconnect. All right, so now I'm going to take this beautiful moss covered beauty and set it aside to work on our dots. I got it all mixed in. I don't want it to be completely mixed. I want it to, you know, possibly get a little more brown and a little more white in different sections. And I'm going to start adding the little dots with the back of my brush onto the mushroom. Rather than using a brush which could maybe splatter or fan out, if you use the end of the brush, just the plastic part, just dot it in there, then you'll get almost perfect little circles. Perfect for nature anyway. You'll do each one of these like this. You can use a pattern on each one, or you can just kind of be all willy-nilly about it. Just put them wherever you want to. And I did find that if you add more paint to the brush, or you keep adding it frequently, it does make it a little bit easier. Otherwise, you kind of run out of paint. They are not all the same size. That's okay. We can make them a little bit bigger. Just go right over the top. So here's my crook. It was not long enough, so I'm just going to use a piece of a floral pick, and I just glued it on there, and it had a little tape around it to hold it in place. And I'm going to take some more of that same strand of pitberry vine, and I'm going to wrap the vine around here, because, you know, vines grow up. They attach to anything they can attach to, and they just wind their way up. So I thought this would be a perfect place to put a vine. And put it around this little crook. If you can't find something like this, you can make it with a piece of metal clothes hanger. You can use some type of a wire. You could use a tree branch instead of this if you wanted to, that has maybe a fork in the top that you could hang your lantern off of. That would be really pretty too. Now I have the additional length, and I need that so that when I hang up my lantern, it doesn't sit on the bottom. It needs to have some space. And you can see here that I am gluing it in. I'm holding it where I want it and then gluing it. I'm going to glue it all around where the opening is that I have this stuck through. And I put it in kind of a tight spot to help hold it still. You're going to hold it until your glue dries, or you can use some clamps or something to hold it in place, and that's what I decided to do. I'm going to get it positioned right, get these clamps on here in the right way, and give that glue a chance to sit up nice and tight, because I don't want this to move when we hang our lantern off the top. Perfect. So now we can start adding in the mushrooms. Part of this is going to be a little bit fuzzy because it wants to focus on the top of the crook there rather than focusing on the bottom, but it does clear back up. So when that happens, just beware, it does clear back up. Now I'm just taking the ends of the mushrooms where they will stick down, where there's enough of a gap or opening around the little pieces of twisted vine, and I'm just putting those right down in there. It's going to help hold it in place so that it doesn't fall over. And it looks like it's just bursting and growing right out of that moss, right out of that wreath. So I'll have a big one and a little one together. And then I'll do another one like that on the other side. You can see it's a little fuzzy, kind of in and out. My apologies. It's just what the camera does. Just gonna hold it in place, and one of my little flowers was falling over. Well, my mushroom, I meant. And then I'll add another one over here. He's kind of peeking out underneath the cap. And this is how it will look. Very pretty. Here is our black lantern, and I've just turned on the lights so you can get an idea how it's going to look when it's hanging. I want to put this little sign in. There were 2 signs that came with it, so I'm just using a stick. I'm going to glue it in, put some glue on the back of the sign, and then hold that in place with a clamp so that we can move on to something else. We don't have 3 hands, so it's good to have a clamp to help us out. I'll take some more of that moss, and I'm not even gluing, I'm just tucking it in around where we push the candle back up through the bottom. And if you scratch any of your paint off when you do this, you can just take a black paint pen or a Sharpie and go over the spots where you knocked the paint off. Simple, simple. We want this to look like it's been out in the woods for a while, and moss will grow on just about anything in the wild. See the look of it? So I thought, yeah, let's go ahead and extend it to the top and down some of the little sides. So I'm going to start by just putting around the top little block. It's kind of in sections up there on the top, but I wanted to add just a little at a time until I had it the way I thought I would like it best. And so you have some going down the sides on this corner and on this corner. And that really changes the look. I think that is a really pretty look. We're going to add some more of this vine to this lantern. So I'm going to wrap it around the stick to look like it has wound its way up. And then I'm just going to wind it around 2 of the sections of the lantern on the outside. Not on the same piece that has the moss growing downward, but on the piece beside it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to cover up the work I've already done. So I'm just winding this around. It just takes a minute. And I don't even have to glue it in place. But of course, if you want to, you can. Oh, so pretty. I wish I had a little fairy to put in here. It would be so gorgeous. I'm going to have to get some fairies. If y'all have fairies that you use with crafting, could y'all please tell me where you bought them? You know, if you like them, if it's a good quality. I would love to get some little fairies and some little good quality garden gnomes, other than what you see at the Dollar Tree. I mean, they'll work. If I need to use those, they will definitely work. But I want something that looks a little cleaner and a little more crisp. Pretty, pretty. So then, of course, let's just put a little more of those pieces of vine down here in the grapevine wreath. All you have to do is cut off a couple little sections and wrap it around your wreath. You don't have to use a small wreath, so if you don't have a tiny wreath like this, get a big one. You know, you can get a big one, or you can wrap moss around a small round one. You know, like the foam ones, or maybe make one out of a pool noodle and then wrap it with some moss. That would be pretty. Maybe paint it brown first. Here are our everyday woodland decor pieces. I'm in love, y'all. I hope you love these as much as I do. I would not say in particular that these are winter, spring, summer, or fall. I would like to think that this is something that could be around all year, especially if you live in the South like I do. We don't get snow, we don't get a lot of cold, we really don't, and we still have grass and we have green trees and we still have poor trees that are so confused about the seasons down here. Yeah. I think these would be really pretty. Do you like the woodland theme? Do you like woodland rustic? Because if you do, I would love to have you as part of my channel family, because I know I love it. And I love doing rustic decor. You've seen my stuff before, you know how I do it. I always want to bring you some inspiration. Never expect you to do anything the way I do it, using the same pieces that I do. Grab the inspiration where it catches you and use it, and find something similar, or find something, let it spark something in you to maybe think outside the box and do something different. We don't all have to do the same thing, and the same things don't bring each one of us the same amount of joy. I believe in you, and I know you can do this. We are going to do one big project in this video. Y'all, this video took so long to make, and the actual work that it took me to do this project was a little over 12 hours. So I have condensed it, of course, because I want to show you that, yeah, it may take a while to do it, but the payoff is going to be amazing. So stay with me, y'all. Okay, this is a clock base, I think, and I got it at the thrift store. It already had damage. It had these pieces of like a metal something, and that was peeling off, and you can see here it's just crusty, and it looks really old, but it is not. It actually has a tag on the bottom of it, which I will show you when we get to that part of the video. This just pretty much peels off, and I couldn't justify saving it because for one thing, the texture of it doesn't match the aesthetic in my house, and the other thing is that I'm really sure how well my paints and antiquing would go over this metal sheeting. So the best thing to do is start with a clean surface, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to peel as much of that off as I can, and there is some type of like rubber cement or something that's under there. You can just use like a little scraper and scrape. If you have something like this with this weird overlay, you can scrape it off. And maybe Goo Gone would work, but I found that just peeling it off with pliers and my fingers was the best way to get it. And then the little residue, I just kind of sanded over it, but then I worked with it. It helped with the texture, I think. So I had this kind of a reed looking border that went over the edges of the metal. I'm taking that off. There are little nails all the way around it, and I will grab my pliers or my cutters, and I will pull out all the nails. You have to be super careful because they're everywhere, and I don't want to ruin my fingernails and my fingers by making a mess, nails poked all in my fingers. That would be tragic. Okay, so I'm just using this little, believe it or not, this is a cheese knife. Got it at the thrift store, and I'm thinking outside the box. I'm using it for something else. I have been using it as a scraper, and it is fantastic. It is a very well used piece of tool in my crafting tool set. So you can see that I'm just going under the edge and kind of prying it up. It'll break off, just snap off really easily here. It'll just kind of splinter. Peel all those pieces off, and then now I can take the nails out, and you can see that I'm just kind of going over it with my fingers to see where the nails are. They are tiny, tiny, and if you got eyes like me, you really can't see that well. So yeah, but look how gross it is under there. It's kind of Halloweenish, isn't it? Yes, it is. Very, very aged and strange looking. It's kind of sticky too, so sand off what you need to sand off. I don't mind the additional texture here though, because we're going to be covering every bit of this up with some lovely tree bark, so it'll be covered. See, this is how the back looks, and it's just a little simple wood round that's in there. I'm just going to take it out and get it out of the way. You can see how it is going to look once we get all of the pieces off. And I at first thought I would save this piece of cane detail stuff, but I realized it's like the same thing on the other side flipped upside down, and I don't think it's going to work for what I'm doing. I want everything to be flat, and this would cause a little more work for me to leave this on here, so we're just going to take it off. I'm telling you now, y'all, if you are 4 minutes into this video, or almost 4 minutes into this video, Please stay with me because it is going to be well worth it. If you have not seen my other fairy videos, if you have not seen my other mystical woodland videos, then I'm going to have them linked for you. Be sure that you go and watch those. They are a lot of fun to do, to create, and a lot of people say that they enjoy watching it and listening to the storyline and just kind of being part of that. So I encourage you to go and watch that. I will have it in the description box for you and up in a card if I can remember to do it. So this stuff, I don't know what this is, but I'm just kind of peeling this off. It's not a textured paper. It's actually like really thin pieces of wood. But we're going to take all that off. And it comes off fairly easily. I'm not going to sand this to the flat surface underneath there because a little bit of this texture on the front is going to help us, remember, with our glue and stuff. Now I'm just going to brush away all the extra gunk. You see everything that fell off that I took off of that clock base? It's all over the table now, and I want to be sure that I have gotten all the nails out. I'm going to go in there and make sure. You can see if you miss anything. Scrape off any chunks of glue that might interfere with your process of gluing everything down. And you're going to need something like a Gorilla Glue for your glue gun, or you're going to need something like rubber cement. Look at the mess. Look at the mess that came off there. The one piece. Yeah, that's all off of the front and back of the sides of that clock. So you can see here it does have a tag on the bottom of it. Not super old. It says it's metal and rattan. Alright, so I'm just going to take off the sticker because we don't need that under there. We're just going to remove it. Again, that little tool, I can get that off and get our surface ready. And here are the beautiful pine bark pieces. These have been dried in the sun on the porch, and they were outside for over a week in the sun before I brought them inside. I brush off the big pieces and I use a vacuum cleaner to vacuum any loose particles. You want to get wood glue and glue down any pieces that come off because this is fragile. See how I broke that off just with my hands? Didn't even have to cut it. Some pieces will break off like that. It depends on the shape of the bark that you're using. But anything else that you need, you're just going to trim off, you know, if it gets in the way. And then what I'm trying to do is not piece this perfectly like a puzzle, but almost like when we were growing up. I know, y'all hear me here, I am with my stories again. There's a type of mud in Louisiana that we would call buckshot. It was that really thick chunks of mud. It was like it would rain really, really hard and then be dry for a while, and the soil would just crack into pieces, and you would see divisions between each of the pieces. You're kind of going to see that in here also. So you're going to need something strong to hold your pieces down. And you can see I'm pressing on these pretty good, so if anything comes loose, you can just add a brush with a little bit of wood glue and just put it back together. We're not looking for a perfect fit here. We're going to kind of put these together in little bits and pieces, put things together where they fit. You see I kind of put a piece in there and just wedged it in so that it has a flat surface to stick to. Y'all come and meet us on the Crafty Cruise Getaway. We got all the information in the description box below, and space is limited. I'd love to meet you there. Come see me. Okay, so now we're going to start adding, after we've got all the bark where we want it, we're going to start adding in our moss. You can get a bag of moss from Dollar Tree. You can use Spanish moss, reindeer moss, whatever type of moss you want. Seeing as I want this to be sort of a fall fairy, because we don't have a fall fairy yet, I am going to be using this brownish color because to me this just looks like, it just reminds me of changing the seasons and all those warm colors. So we're going to go with this rather than using the bright greens that we've used on some of our previous projects. Or I guess the word would be vibrant, not bright, because I don't really have any fluorescence, but I do have some bright stuff. Okay, so I'm going to shove those in. Now, I'm going to go in looking between the cracks of where these pieces are, looking where they curve downward, and where I feel like moss would naturally collect. You're going to do whatever you want to do on your clock piece. Do you see the front of this, how it's kind of squared, almost like a little cave? I love it. I'm going to put it on the lip above where the drawer is in here also. The drawer we're going to do something a little different with, so you're not going to want to miss that for sure. Once you put your glue in there, you can pretty much just pack this down into there, and then you can either vacuum off the excess, goodness gracious, or you can brush it off. So this is what the drawer looks like. This is the front side where we took the metal off. And I just want to kind of blend that out a little bit. It's a little too harsh, and the colors aren't really what we're going for. So I'm going to just kind of mute it down by putting some dark brown. I think I might have grabbed the chocolate brown for this. Could be the harvest brown. Whichever the case, I'm trying to get something that will not stand out against all of that pine bark. Now, I decided to cover this, but if you don't cover it, then I'll show you, then you need to use paint for it. But I will show you some other ideas. So here is some pumpkin scented pine cones. These came from Dollar Tree. These are some of the little things that come out of it. I've got some little Timu mushrooms, not sponsored. Here are some steps from Dollar Tree, and they're supposed to be wood, but they're colored like stone, so we're going to change that. And our beautiful little Timu fairy, and we're going to change her up just a little bit. Now, she's very pretty the way she is, but I'm going to give her a little something extra. We're going to grab some filler bouquet. I've got some scrap pieces of stuff from falls past, eucalyptus, and these beautiful changing colors. You know, might consider something that's green, just turning, since it's kind of a late summer, early fall thing. Fern filler, you can grab these pieces. If you don't like these little seeded pieces like this, they do have fern that you can get in a pick or a vine, so you could get that. This is what that bag looks like opened. You can see all those little things that look like pumpkins. We're going to work with that. Cut everything down to a workable length, obviously. And then I decided, you know what, I'm just going to pull that whole little bouquet off the top. This is going to make it a lot easier. So the drawer now, we're going to work on that. I'm going to kind of measure out with this little fencing, which you can get at Amazon, you can get it at Temu, you can get it at any craft store. Mine was thrifted, and I'm going to use it to go right on the inside of this box. Inside, y'all, inside, because we're going to use staples. So I'm just using some little cutters here to make this a little more manageable. I don't need any big pieces. I don't need anything on the back side, because this is where it's still going to push slightly into the clock base. So I thought, why not give her a nice little garden area with a pumpkin patch? So I'm using very short staples in my stapler, and I'm going to put, I think, 3 across the long part here, and then I put 1 or 2 on the sides. Just turn it around where you can get to it, and then just add 1 or 2 staples. It doesn't go all the way through. You can see I need to repair a staple there. And then I'm going to go over it and just run a bead of glue down the length where it is connecting the fence to the box. And that will help give it a little more stability. Here's how it looks in the front. Now, I decided I want to cover this. You can use something like these from Dollar Tree to make yours like a brick or a stone color. Here's that information if you'd like to use it. But I'm going to use this little piece of fabric. This did come from Temu, but you know, again, use whatever you have, and you can certainly use like a brown felt if you had that. All right, so I'm going to trim this down, and then I'm going to go across the front of that box with this. This is underneath her little garden section, almost like it's built into a hill or something. I'm going to stretch it out to the edge and press it down into that glue. Now, again, that's kind of bright, kind of springy. We're going to take this little brush, go into this brown paint, kind of offload a little bit, and then just pounce it up and down. You see the difference in the grass now? Now it looks a little more fall, doesn't it? It's a little bit deeper, a little bit richer, and it's just by adding a tiny bit of paint. So let's work on this garden. I'm going to measure how much I need just on a couple little sticks that I have. Measure it, cut it down against the other one because these are going to be side by side together. These limbs are not perfect. They are not perfectly flat. They are not shaped like a pencil. They have curve and they are not going to sit flush amongst one another. We are going to take advantage of the fact that there's going to be a little crack in there. We're going to do something special in there. You know, I'm always trying to get you to think outside of the box, and I'm always trying to get you to save money where you can, and this is a good way to do it. So this is a little piece that I got from Dollar Tree that was it was 2 mushrooms, and this little sign was sticking up above the mushrooms, but it broke. So now I have the sign and I still have the mushrooms, and I can paint over and then have 2 pieces out of 1, and I'm gonna just make this look nice. So these are just resin, and I trimmed it down as much as I could to make it flat, and then I'm gonna sand it off, get it nice and smooth. We don't want cut fingers and we don't want sloppy work. So I'm just gonna go over here, sand it down nice and smooth, and then I'll go over it with some brown paint. And of course on those edges where I sanded it so everything looks like it's supposed to be that way. Alright, now I need to raise the level up inside of that little raised garden she has there. So I'm using a sheet of foam, and I'm already measured off how much I'm going to need for the insert. And I cut it off rather crooked, but it fits. And I'm going to press it down inside of the drawer. That is going to be the first layer. And then I'm just going to layer another piece on top. Now, if you have a green block or something that's going to fit, you don't have to worry about this step. But I love to recycle foam when I get it in things that we order. So it's nice to have this. Okay, and pretty much we just used it to layer up anyway. We're not really using it to poke any flowers down into, not really. So I'll take another piece of that moss mat. I'm just going to set it in there and see how much I'm going to need, and then I'll trim that down so that it will fit. And then it's going to be kind of snug, but I want enough that it can press down all around the white and that you don't see it. We just want to see our little mossy bed here. Press it down in there. Spin it around, and then you could use a popsicle stick or something like that. You know, put your glue down, push it down, and then press this down into the little crack, just like you're tucking in a sheet. And we want to age that just like we did on the front of the box. Everything's going to be cohesive and look nice together. How's that? Pretty good. All right. Give it just a little bit to let that dry. Then you're going to lay out where you want your little, we're going to call them pumpkins, even though that's not what they are. We're going to put those little pods in a little shape, like she is growing a beautiful little pumpkin garden. She's going to be our little pumpkin fairy, and she's going to be the keeper of the pumpkin garden. But she needs a name, y'all, just like we named the other 2 beautiful fairies. This little girl's going to need a name. But I want you to wait until you see her and how we make her over to decide what you want to name her, okay? And we're going to do it like we did the last time. I'm going to get all your suggestions, and then I'll choose a name, and I will mention that on my community tab so everybody can meet the new girl. Now it's pretty much poking stuff down where you think it makes sense. So fairies are small. It would make sense that the ferns would be big, right? That is totally okay to do it that way. If you want things more to scale, you can do that as well. But I love miniatures, and I love the idea of making small things look small, like they belong there, if that makes sense to you. I know if you do these types of things, you know what I'm talking about. So if there's any cracks in the fence, any cracks in the wood, where normally little light would shine in and they could creep out, and they start blooming on the outside of the fence, put them there. Put them on the inside of the fence, in the cracks in the logs, anywhere you want to put them. Heck, this is your imagination. If you wanted your pumpkins growing right out of that eucalyptus branch, you could do that. Yeah, you could. So there's also little pine cones and other little things that are in that little bag of potpourri, and you can just put what you want to embellish as you go along here. I've got little spider webs everywhere. When you have a fan going, and you know, I'm in menopause, so I do have a fan going, the fan blows while you're doing your gluing, and then it just looks like spider webs all over the place. I get so tangled. I know you see me flipping my hand around sometimes because I get so wrapped up in it, just webs of it. So now I'm going to go down where there are cracks, just like we did before, where we were looking for little places that needed some moss. And wherever there's moss, there's probably a little soil there, so plants are going to grow. So we can put fern, and look, I love the asymmetrical stuff we got going on in the top. So cute. Yep, that's her little high lookout up there. She's making sure that there's no crows down there in her pumpkin patch. She's got to sit way up top for that, doesn't she? I can't wait to show y'all what this is going to look like. Oh yes, we're not only decorating the outside, we are going to decorate the inside of this box. You do not want to miss that. So I'm pulling these off of their little branches. You leave the branch initially in case you need to use it, or the little stem, whatever you want to call it. But then you can use, if you don't need to use the stem, you can just pull it off. Makes it easy. You got lots of options with faux greenery for sure. So I'm just going to put these in, and sometimes I like the flowers in a little cluster, and sometimes I like them just kind of by themselves randomly. I've got a little piece of fern, eucalyptus, flower, seed pod, all that together in that one spot. And I know you can, I'm out of sight a little bit, but down in the corner you could see I was adding down there. Here we are so far. I think that the gold, the yellow, that really bright orange, those colors just look warm in fall to me. It just says fall. So there's a little crack up here, and we're going to take advantage and have some little things growing there. Down here on the bottom, we can add a little bit here. Grab those little pine cones and use them. So if you can't find these things, you know, maybe you could use acorns out of your yard. Maybe you could use some type of pressed greenery if you wanted to do that. Anything to make it special and to make it your own. You do not have to do exactly what I'm doing, right? So I'm going to make my own color here. I'm going to take a little harvest orange and some of this bright red. I'm going to put these together to kind of make more of a reddish orange, because I just want all of these mushrooms to be basically in the same color family. In the woods, mushrooms would be any color, anywhere, whatever, but I just like it for my projects, for them to make a little more sense to me. So, you know, it's my imagination, it's my little project. I'm going to do it the way I like it, right? And I encourage you to always do the same thing. So this is just acrylic paint, and you can see where the little welcome was on top and it broke off in that little white spot. I'm going to cover that up as best as I can. As I'm painting this, I am going to use 2 coats of paint on each of the little mushrooms that I painted, and the other orange mushroom is just painted with harvest orange. Just use a stem to make it look like a log, and that is going to be our welcome sign. You can see so far what's going on. I know it's a weird angle when I am putting things together for you to see all of this, and I don't have a huge camera set up. I don't have a camera crew, so it's just kind of me doing my thing here. But I want to share with you what it looks like so far. Cute, huh? And I do go back and add a couple of more little pumpkins in there. Here's that sign, and I'm just going to put it on the outside, and there is a little crack between the 2 logs. I'm going to take advantage of that. Press it down in there. Kind of sticks. And then I'm going to grab some glue and make sure it doesn't go anywhere. See the webs? Yes. Spider webs, spider webs. Okay, now you can use any little pieces of wood that you have from Dollar Tree, those little, or out of your yard, little pieces of branches, little rocks, little stones. You could put a stream in there if you wanted to. You could use any of the little pieces that you get that go with the gnome village. Yeah, you know what I mean. Or the fairy village, whatever it's called. So I'm just taking the end of a brush, dipping it into some creamy, I think this is like an antique white, and I'm just going to put a couple of little dots back on the mushrooms. Now these mushrooms, I don't think they even had any dots, but I'm trying to make everything look similar. So we're just going to dot them up. I'm going to go right back over where the original dot was. If you kind of hold it down and wiggle it back and forth, it's going to give you a nice circle, and the further out you wiggle it, the bigger your circle is going to be. So if you just want a tiny dot, you just dot it, you just tap it and then get away from it. Tap it. And you can see here too that you can't really tell that it was a broken sign. So I've got some satin Mod Podge, and I'm going to be using that on all these after they're painted, just to give them the same finish. Y'all, I got some dragonfly glaze. I cannot speak today. What is wrong with me, y'all? Who's got my tongue? I want to paint her white wings a beautiful color. I want to make them like a greenish color. Look what I'm going to do to help her stay sitting. I'm going to put a little glue on her bottom and then glue her down to my wax bottle. See? And that's just so that I have something to hold on to while I'm painting her. It makes it a little easier for me so I don't make a big mess. So I'm going to use 1 coat of the green, and that's an ivy green, and 2 coats of this glaze. It does look white at first, and here's the green. These wings have no texture, but if you use the right type of strokes with your paint, you can give these wings a little bit of texture. So say you do not have any of that dragonfly glaze. You don't have any of that, and so you can't use that on yours. Well, go ahead and make this look as much like an actual wing as you can with the colors you use. And you can see if you use a thin brush, you can get in all those little cracks, and then the strokes that you made are going to allow you to have some, almost like the veining in a wing. I know what I am trying to say, and I hope that makes sense. You're going to see it better here now. So if you had a wing, the wing would look like this, right? See how I'm going with the curve of it, trying to give it a little, that's what I mean. It almost looks like it has a veining in it. Beautiful, beautiful. There's 1 coat. We're going to give her 2 coats though. I'm also going to do, the little skirt has like little petals that are white underneath the little beige ones, and I wanted to go ahead and do those green as well. So I'm using this little brush. This is a bridge brush, and it has a very, very nice, precise tip, which I love because I can push it straight into those little areas without making a huge mess, and it gives a nice full coverage, and I really like that. You could certainly skip it. And at Temu, they have several different of these little fairies. There's like one with blue hair, one with pink hair. You know, you can just decide which one you want. Okay? And so any other little tiny areas, I can go in and use this tinier brush. And I want to make her blue eyes green. It's for autumn, right? So we want to make them green. So I'm going right over with a tiny, tiny tip on the brush with a tiny, tiny dot of paint right over her little blue eyes, just to make them green. You don't even have to do this step if you don't want to, but it is fun for me. I want to make things my own. And look how pretty. She looks so pretty. Alright, you want to make sure that everything is dried before you add anything else on her. Keep in mind she's plastic. You want to keep her moving so nothing melts if you're using some type of a hair dryer or a tool. Now I'm going to go over to this glaze, and I'm going to go over her wings, and I'm going to try to use the same types of strokes that I used with the green, kind of out and to the side, just in case that there are any brush marks that show, they make sense where they fall. So when you first do this, you may look at it and go, that was anticlimactic, but it will dry, and I'm going to use 2 layers, and when it dries, that's when the magic happens. So it's going to look kind of milky at first, but once it dries, you're going to really see the shift in the color, which makes it so pretty. So I'm just going to take that same brush, I'm not adding any to it, and I'm going to go over the rest of the green areas and just give like little highlights on it. Just little highlights. And then I'm going to go back, I'm going to put a little on her nose. I'm going to put a little bit on her tippy toes and her little fingers so that it, you know, maybe if the sun catches it just right or the light catches it just right, you can see that she has a little sparkle there, and that's one of those surprises that is unexpected but very pleasant. You could also do highlighter anywhere you would normally do highlight. Can you see the little iridescence sort of that it gives it? I think it's such a pretty look when it dries. It's so pretty. Look at that good. Oh, that color. It's a green to red shift. It's so pretty. Okay, so here is what the bottom looks like. And it's a good look so far, right? Here is the top, or the whole clock base. And you can use mushrooms and things from your yard if you want to, but I have been using that, and I didn't want to depend on that for this project. I wanted to try something a little bit different, so no mushroom shelves or shelf mushrooms in this. Always look at your projects from all angles to make sure it looks how you want it to. I'm going to grab some of those little pine cones, and they're going to be a little bit of a sort of a space filler also. We're going to add them here and there. You know, it's fall. She has got to get her house insulated. She's got to have it nice and warm before the cold weather comes, right? So we've got to make her house nice and weatherproof. And we're just going to tuck in some pine cones here and there. And you can also use acorns, little pieces of sticks if you want to add that. You could do that for sure. Any types of miniatures, miniature pots or whatever, you could use that. There's a little hole in the front, and I just put a little twisted pine cone in there. I'm going to add a couple of more of those little seed pod heads. I'm just going to call them that because I really don't know what they are. And then we are going to work on the inside of this box all the way through. Don't ask what I was doing here, y'all. I was being silly. Okay, so this is what the inside of the box looks like. Now, I know you can't see much here, but I love how it looks like a cave when you look out the other side. So cool. So cool. If I was a miniature, I would live right here in this box. So this is what it looks like down to the bottom. It is dark in there. I'm cool with that. We're going to use some lighting. We're also going to add some paper, and this is just like some wrapping tissue paper stuff that they put around your cups and things in the store, you know, when you buy stuff that's breakable. I'm going to use that as a base and just to put this last little piece of sod or moss mat in here. I'm going to put it in. Not even going to glue it. Nobody's going to be touching it, and this is not going to be shaken, so you're never going to know. Here that is. Now you can go over that with a little bit of the darker color, just like we did outside of the little garden area. If you want to grab some brown and, you know, kind of stipple that, you can. You're really not going to see much of this though. I'm going to get one pick that is from Dollar Tree last year. Surely you can find some random picks somewhere at Dollar Tree that have some type of a fall color in it. I haven't bought anything new for fall this year, so this is all stuff that's, you know, that I've had or that I've thrifted. I'm going to take some fairy lights and I am going to wrap these around. Now my fairy lights are very long, this particular one, but you can use shorter fairy lights, and to get an impact like this you're probably going to need a few strands from Dollar Tree. So just be sure that you check your battery and make sure that everything's working before you do all the work to stuff everything together. So I'm going to leave part of it on the outside, and this does not have a battery pack. It actually plugs in. So I'm going to leave where it plugs in, leave a little hanging on the outside so I can tuck it back there. And then wherever I stage it, it will be backed up and you won't see where it's plugged in because it'll be behind a table somewhere. I'm going to push the majority that is left over to one side. I'm going to take a little Scotch tape and just, you know, hold it down in the back so that it doesn't slip out while I'm finagling around on the inside. And you can go all the way down the back if you want to. So I thrifted this little cute park bench. I've had it for a while, had my little paint sitting on it. And I'm just going to press that down in there. This is at a weird angle, but this is what it looks like on the inside so far. She's got her little bench by her little tree, and there are little fireflies everywhere. And she has firefly friends who live in her home, and they just swirl around. and keep her happy, and they go all the way up to the top, and it's just gorgeous. If you need to add a little hot glue to hold things apart, you can. So now I just plucked her off the top of that bottle. She can sit right here on the outside, or I can put her right here on the inside. And if you wanted to move her around, you don't even have to glue her. I'm going to add some flowers on the inside with her. Very pretty. I'm going to add a little more hot glue because she is going to stay on the inside. However, if you like to move your things around, just don't glue her. She'll be fine right there. This is how it's going to look. Doesn't she look happy in there? She looks so happy in there. I love her wings. I love the darkness. And you can see the color kind of reflecting that reddish looking color or orange. So pretty. So now I'm going to take the back off. Now here's an option for you, not necessary, but if you want to give her a little more decoration, there are a bunch of different types of leaves that you can thrift or get from Dollar Tree. You can pull something off of something that's broken or that you had last year. You just see some remnants that I have here. And we're going to decorate her the back of the clock on the inside. So I just used some hot glue and this copper looking leaf because I thought this was real pretty based on her coloring and what we have going here for fall. I'm going to use a maple colored a furniture repair marker, and I'm going to color the Hello Fall sign or Welcome Fall that you get from Dollar Tree. They come in multi-packs. And then you can just squish it back on the back. Now she's got a little decoration on her wall. Maybe she's a crafty girl herself. See? You can see it back there depending on the angle, which I love. There are like little mysteries all over. Let's give her a wreath. Look there how cute that is. Of course, with the glue string hanging off of it. Isn't that nice? So we're going to add a little hot glue. Careful, careful here so you don't burn yourself. I'm going to add glue on the top, the bottom. I'm going to press it all the way to the wall and hold it there. Here I am fixing that little leaf, but I want to see the backs of the leaves where all the veining is. I want to see the front where it's nice and pretty and crisp and gorgeous. Here she is with it all lit up inside of there. She's enjoying her life very much. You can see my studio, it's craziness going on back there. So grab your mushrooms now. They're all nice and dry. They're coated with their Mod Podge, so they have the same finish. And then we're just going to add them here and there. I added some steps in. You missed that part. My battery kind of croaked. It needed a nap. So now it looks a little bit more like wood. And here's the little garden outside of her house. You see it butts up right next to that beautiful clock. It just sits right in there. You can move it into different sections. Here she is when it is dark, and here she is when it is all lit up on the inside. You could use little flickering lights in there too if you wanted. You could use multicolored lights. So here we are in the end screen. Now this is going to give you a good look of the rest of this project. This I love. It took me a long while to finish this project, but honestly y'all, these projects do take time. I think I've told y'all that before. That doesn't mean it's hard. You just have to work harder. I would love it if you have not subscribed that you subscribe and give me a like and hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything that I have to share with you. And because I love y'all so much, I'm giving y'all a little bonus here. Here are our fairies. Looky here, here's a bonus. Here are some crafts that I have done in the past with little fairies. I am going to link a video down below. If you enjoy miniatures and imaginary life and habitats and things like that, I think you'll like the video that I did. It's going to show you more specifically how to do each one of these projects so that you can decide which one is for you. So this one is sort of a summer beachy kind of thing. She's kind of living her best life there. Or he. You know, it could be a male. We just can't be sure. Could be either one. And there are beautiful little bunnies living very happily in that log. So cute. Yep, I said cute. Y'all take a shot. Look at all these things. Oh my gosh. I encourage y'all to never stop trying. If it takes a while, walk away from it, go back, work on it some more. Don't ever leave yourself hanging, right? If you got a good idea, roll with it. It's so important to trust yourself and believe in what you can do and believe that what's going to bring you joy is perfect for you. I want you to always find pride in your work. Be happy about it. For those of you who send me on Instagram pictures of your projects that you make and you're so proud of them, and I want to say thank you. If you have sent me anything on Instagram or in the email, I really enjoy looking at those pieces. Y'all just blow my mind with how creative you are and how willing you are to learn. All right, the next project is our mushroom log, and y'all, okay, so I got this piece of wood out of our yard after we had a tornado. It's beautiful. I love the characteristics of it. It fell out of one of our trees, and I just brought it in the house and set it aside and let it completely dry out. I love this. So I'm just going to take a brush, just a soft brush. I'm going to go all the way over it and make sure that I get off any loose sand or dirt or particles or anything that are in there. This has been in the house for quite some time. It was on the porch first. There are no bugs, so y'all don't worry. I don't bring any mites in the house or anything. In order to use this, I've got to have a way to stand it up. And I'm going to use just a piece of this wood that I have out of a little bag that I got at Dollar Tree. And I craft with them quite often, but this is better than a block because it kind of matches what we have going on here. So I'm just going to add some hot glue and some wood glue, hold these together, and then I'm going to put them in front of a fan and let them dry overnight. Now it's nice and clean and it will stand up just like this, and this is how I want it. I want this to look like sort of like a little wraparound cave type, you know, like there's, okay, I gotta just be honest with you. When I was a kid, I believed in fairies, and to me, what a beautiful little fairy garden. What a little hidden area for some wildlife, right? Or some mystical creatures, some cryptids or something like that. Okay, so this is where I was going with this. Take a piece of foam, just chop it down. Just what I'm doing is just using my metal ruler here to just kind of shave off the edges, shave off the bottom till I get the shape that I want that will fit on that piece that's on the bottom. So the underneath side of this little block section of wood that I have here. I'm going to add some hot glue to it, quite a bit, because I don't want this coming off. I'm going to be adding some things to it and I don't want it to fall to pieces. I'm going to add it back down there on that area where I wanted it. And yeah, there's still going to be some flaking here and there, but this is a real piece of wood. It's not plastic or anything, so that happens in nature. All right, and then once it is dry, you can see how it looks. I'm going to take some clear school glue and a foam brush, put it all over the top of that foam, and then I'm going to grab some floral moss from Dollar Tree. This is not reindeer moss, this is floral moss, and it is in individual pieces. It looks like a sheet of it almost when you see it in the bag, but absolutely not. These are individual little fibers and it is very messy. So cover your surface and be prepared to have some cleanup. But it's so worth it. I needed it in here. We have live oak trees in our yard, and I'm telling you that moss grows underneath them in the shade, and it is absolutely beautiful. All right, so I'm just going to continue to add glue and moss as I need it on this piece. You're going to get this on your fingers. It's quite a mess. All right, so you can see here, there's a little area here. I'm sorry, my camera is trying to focus on what's in front, but I'm just going to add some more clear glue back there in that little nook and then tuck in a little more of that green moss. So you see where we're going here. You can see the idea of what we're doing here. Now you can get a log out of the yard and do this. You can go for a walk in nature and find something that you like. You could use a piece of driftwood. Look at these beautiful mushrooms. These are foam. They came on a garland that I got at Goodwill. I have never seen them. I don't know what store they come from, so I can't help you with that. But I can tell you that there are foam mushrooms if you can find them at Dollar Tree. That's what I was looking for y'all, but I found these, and these are even better. So you can very easily put a stick or a piece of wire into the bottom and use that to put it down on your projects. You don't want to be trying to hot glue them because they're top heavy and it's going to make a mess. They're just going to fall over and you're going to be frustrated. It would probably even melt. So starting at the top back, I'm going to add my tallest mushroom. And then I'm going to choose, because I have a box of mushrooms with a bunch of different shapes. They're the same color, but some are flat on top, some are curved, some look like a hamburger bun, some look like a little dome, and I want to use a variety of them. You can see mushrooms individually, certainly, but most of the time, you know, mushrooms are going to grow in groups or in little clusters, little fairy circles. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to put them where they look like they're coming out of one localized area. And then I picked this one. It's a little bit different. Looks like it has little splits in the top to go right there. So it's kind of a little step down, you know, process. There are a bunch of different heights and they're really, oh, they're just beautiful, y'all. I have a little bag of leaves and I don't know where I got these from. You can get stuff like this at Dollar Tree though. I cannot remember where I got them from. I've had them for a long time. I collect fall items and Halloween. You should see my basement. Okay, so now I'm just going to start adding down colors that I think are really pretty that would coordinate. I'm using oak leaves here because this is likely a piece of oak that I am using. That's the kind of trees we have. That's where it fell, so I assume that that's probably what it is. It might not be. It could be pecan for all I know, but we're going to pretend like it's oak. And then I'm just going to put different colors of the leaves together in little clusters, you know, as they would be as they fell from a tree. I have some gorgeous eucalyptus from Dollar Tree. I'm just going to cut the little thick part off so it will fit, and I'm just working in the little nooks and crannies again in the in this log or this piece of wood. That's how things would grow, and obviously the leaves are not growing, but this is how they would fall. They would fall into little spaces, and I like the natural look of that. I'm telling you, if you're new to my channel, rustic is my jam. I love rustic. I love woodland and rustic and nature and mystical things, and oh, I just love it all. So I'm going to continue along, and I'm just going to put these pieces down here and there. Use whatever you have. If I had some of the fall looking ferns, I would have used those here as well, but I don't currently have anything like that, so that's why I didn't use it, but it would be beautiful in your project if you want to use it. So you can kind of see where we're going here on the project. I like that there's a space and it kind of branches out away from the rest of it, and it has its own little area. I think that's cute. I went and found some of these little foam acorns. They, I believe, came from the thrift store. And I'm just going to add those here and there, because that's another thing. You know, acorns do fall not far from the tree. So we'll let those, we'll just say they fell down in there too. And I actually did lose one, and it's going to roll out. Oh, there it is. And then we're going to put some on the top. I'm so glad that I saved this piece of wood because there's so much character in it. It's so beautiful. Am I the only one? Are you looking at this and going, what in the world is this woman talking about? Or are you thinking, this is just, my little heart is happy right now. Like the cottage core little heart is just so joyful right now. Y'all could get your little fairy garden stuff and poke it in here. You could get you some of those little Dollar Tree fairies or gnomes, and you could place those down in here too. How cool would that be to do with your kids or your grandkids? There's something so sweet and innocent and mystical about that to me. And this just looks like the perfect little place. The perfect little place to hide away. So I'm even going to go on the back here. There's some holes. You could put a leaf in there. You could put a branch in there. You could, you know, put some of this eucalyptus in there. Whatever you want to do. But there was a little crack in the back, and I thought, you know, that would be cute. Let's put it there. Do you like this? I'm really loving this. Okay, so now we're going to use string lights. Check your string lights before you put them on your projects so you don't get frustrated once you've either glued it down or taped it in place. Check your lights first. And you can get string lights at Dollar Tree. Pretty sure that's where this string came from. You can get it on copper or silver, I do believe. Mine just happened to be on silver. Okay, so you're just going to tuck these around in the back and around the foliage that's in there. You can go in between your mushrooms if you would like to. You can go underneath the leaves, which is what you're going to see me do. And I'm not actually gluing my lights down, but I'm going to take a little bit of glue to glue the leaf down so that it will help hold my wire in place. And that's easy to do. I don't want to glue too much of my greenery down other than one section of it because I want it to look like it has some movement and it has some life in it. You know, when a leaf falls, it's kind of curly, maybe some's on the ground and some's kind of curled up in the air. I like that. I want to leave that character there. I want to try to make this look, you know, as it would look in nature, you know, minus the string lights running through it. But we're making this magical and mystical, so we need some of those fairy lights. Yes. I'm going to show you two ways. So this is the first way you can wrap it. Just kind of focus just around those mushrooms and just right there in that section. And you can see how pretty that would be. Or since we have a long piece here and the wood is longer, you could actually extend the end of that wire outward and just kind of wrap it around so that it goes down to the bottom all the way down to the end so that you include every bit of the greenery in there. You know, you could do that if you wanted to. Very easy to tack down, not a problem. This is how it would look that way if you wanted to do it that way. That's also pretty. And you don't have to glue down your battery pack because when you sit this down, it's going to sit behind the biggest part and you won't be able to see it. Ideally, this would be against the wall since everything pretty is on that side of it. But I decided to keep my lights centered around my mushrooms, and so that's what you see here. That's what I have done here. The first project will be a bird hanger. So here's my little inspiration, my sticker. This is from Temu. Beautiful little bird on a pine cone. Love it. This I got at the thrift store, and it looks like it came from Target originally, but you can find these little DIY kits at Dollar Tree, something similar. You know, you can get the inspiration, right? So they have the ceramic middle piece where the bird will go. It also comes with two of these little diamond-shaped wood pieces, a tassel, and a length of like rope or something that looks like it's like faux leather. It also has very good directions on the back, and I'm just keeping it here so I can assemble it correctly. I'm going to take him off of here. I didn't need any special preparation because there's no coating on here. It's just like a clay type texture, so it's very rough. I didn't need to clean it with alcohol. If you have shiny pieces, go ahead and clean it with alcohol first so you don't have fingerprints and stuff that keep your adhesive from sticking your two pieces together. Once I've got him in the right position, I'm just going to press it down with my fingers, and then it's got a really good grip, so I didn't even bother using a squeegee on it. No bubbles, everything went great. I'm going to use my antiquing wax and a stiff brush. I don't have really small chippy brushes, so I'm just using this. It's kind of like a stencil brush. I'm just going to use this and offload most of that wax onto that piece of plastic under there. And then I'll just start flicking it all around the edges and build up gradually to the depth of shadowing that I like. It's very difficult to take this off on a porous surface if you get too much on. So, you know, if you are very certain the first time you lay that brush down, then more power to you. But for me, I don't always trust my hands, so I just like to build mine up. I'll go all around the edges, and then you can also go around the sides too if you want to do that. So if you can't find a kit like this, you can always find 2 wood pieces and a piece of wood maybe to go in the center. You could just do all wood. Drill you some holes in here and make your own. You can use twine or jute, anything that you like to connect your pieces together. And, you know, you can make a tassel or you can leave the tassel off. Totally up to you. Now you can see here how I'm just building it more and more toward the center. And then going over the edges just a little, just to give you an idea. Then I'll start dragging it inward, but I don't want to get it too close to the edge of that sticker because then you'll see that white outline, and I don't want that on this particular project. So I've just sped this up just a touch, just to keep you from being bored with me. And I'll go all around here, just giving it some shadow. Continuing along with that aged look, we're going to do that on the wood pieces as well. And I am putting this down. Now the wood is sanded, very well sanded. It may actually be coated with something. I couldn't feel it to really know for sure. But yeah, I just went ahead and got a little more heavy-handed with this. I'm more comfortable with this because it's already a darker shade because it's wood. And then the little circling in the middle was just kind of fading it into the to the middle, so there's not any really harsh lines there. And I'll just keep on going. You know, in nature, there are shadows everywhere. And I think I try to keep that in mind when I'm doing crafts that are nature inspired, that there are always shadows and there are always different depths and coloring in wood and different, and even in leaves and stuff like that, you know, in our birds too. So I like to kind of copy nature, kind of go along with it. No fighting it, right? I've got an artificial branch here, but you can use something right out of your yard if you want. And I'm just going to cut the little pieces off of this pick to use on these 2 little diamond pieces. And I've got 2 little pieces of pine cones, and they just came out of a bag of scatter from Dollar Tree, just in the regular sections. It's not holiday type thing, but they probably have some for holidays too. I have not looked at any Dollar Tree stuff that's Christmas related yet. Have not been. It's been so busy here at my house. It's busy this time of year anyway, so yeah, I haven't even been in Dollar Tree looking for it. Isn't that something? I'm gonna have to get out. I'm really gonna have to get out. All right, so I'm gonna trim down this other piece to make it look, because it was kind of in the middle, to make it look a little bit like a pointed leaf, so it looks like, or not a leaf, you know what I mean, the needles, so that they look like the end of the branch. And similar to the other piece. Not twins, but maybe distant cousins, right? Kind of like how I say my eyebrows are. They're definitely not twins. Not even sisters. They're definitely not speaking to each other, whatever's going on up there. Okay, so now I'm just going to use a little hot glue and put these pieces down. I am kind of reflecting what's already going on in that sticker that I used. That beautiful bird sticker. And I'm just going to add pieces down here. Now, if you don't have that bird sticker, what else could you do? You could use a stencil. You can cut out of a beautiful card. Maybe there's a gift card that you have that, not a gift card, you know what I mean. A card that's beautiful that you love. Go ahead and just kind of cut around there, and then you can use your Mod Podge and attach it down. There's so many ways to do things that you never have to do it exactly like me. You can do it any way you like. Make it your own. That's what this channel is all about. Make it your own. Find some joy in your crafting, in your creations, in your artistry. Find some joy in your life. Okay, so now that my pieces are done and dried, I am going to connect them together. I'm just cutting not any specific length here. This is probably maybe 5 inches I have to have enough there to start with so that I can make the knots. So I've got to have enough room to get my fingers around that piece of string to make it into a knot. And then I'll just glue the knot onto the back of the pieces so they won't move around, and just give it a little a little more security so it doesn't slip out. And then I'll trim off the little bit of excess that I have left. I've already done that on the top, and now we'll go down to the bottom piece, and I want to make sure that my knots are on the back, so I'm going through the back to put those on. Tie it down, add a little glue, and then pull it right into the glue to keep it in place. And like I said, you don't have this, don't worry about it. Use a very thin ribbon, use baker's twine, you could even use colored jute. And maybe you don't like the woodland theme. You can use this inspiration and do something glam, you know. You could do something farmhouse with something like this. Definitely. You could do something boho. Whatever you like. So if you can't get something through, use a needle or something. I just grabbed the end of a piece of that pick that I cut off. It's got a point on it, and just help push that right through that hole. Because it can be frustrating trying to, and I didn't even have my glasses on, y'all. I don't know what I was thinking. I was in a rush and excited to be able to go see my oldest son. I went and spent the weekend with him and his wife, and it was his birthday weekend, and we had a lot of fun. I love all 4 of my babies, all of them, and they'll always be my babies. Okay, so now you got the idea. You don't want to glue it to the table, so be sure your glue is dry before you flip it over. And then I'm just going to make a very simple tie for the top. Go in the bottom, pull it to the top. I'll tie a double knot here. You could call it a square knot. I'm not even entirely sure that's what it is, but it doesn't slip once you get it tied. And then I will add some glue on it, on the back, kind of drape it around there. There we go. Pull it around so it's flat on the back and you don't see that knot. And then everything looks nice and neat from the front. You could always use this in your Christmas tree if you wanted. You could hang it in the place of a wreath. You could hang it on a thin wall, a skinny wall. How beautiful would this be at maybe an assisted living facility where you could, where they have their little doors and put their little decorations up? It would be such a quick and easy, I think, way to just send a little love to somebody who might not get told every day, you know? We kind of take for granted when we get a hug from our grandbaby or from our kids that some people don't see their children. And it's holiday season. Share the love. If y'all got too many crafts just sitting around, take them to the nursing home. Take them to a rehab facility, to a women's shelter. Those people love things like this. It's such a sweet sentiment. And this is how this one is looking. Thank you to all my members. You guys mean the world to me. I just love y'all. I also love all my subscribers and viewers. The next is a mushroom ornament. We're going to use a little bit of moss. An ornament from Dollar Tree. Be sure that it's the type that has the screw-off lid. A little faux branch. I pulled this out of an old wreath. And then these came from Hobby Lobby on clearance, on fall clearance or sale. A little wood piece. Okay, now, so we're going to start to assemble this somewhat. I went ahead and grabbed this because it looks like it has pebbles or like rounded pieces, so I just went with that. But you could certainly glue your moss down there if you would like. Protect your fingers though, because moss is thin and you will burn yourself. I'm going to make sure this is right in the center so I can still screw the top down. So now, see there? Perfect. We still have a little gap though, but we're going to address that. I've got some, I believe this is my English ivy. It's just a dark green color. And I'm going to put it right around over the silver in there so that you won't see it. It'll kind of blend out, create a little bit of a shadow, and you won't be able to see that. Much better, much better. Now, I'm going to put my mushroom in there and see how high I want it to be and if it's going to fit. These are foam, so they're easy to cut, so that's what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to trim off a little. And then if you take the ends of these particular ones from Hobby Lobby, you can pinch them down and they look strangely enough, like they would when they were actually picked out of the ground. It's really strange, but they dimple nicely and fold whenever you use them with, just use your fingers, kind of pinch them, and they'll have that nice look. So I'm going to take a little bit of glue and I'll put it down in that moss pebble, and I will put some right on the bottom of here and hold it for just a bit. Take your time, hold it, it's going to take a minute to set up. Cool temp glue is going to be your best friend for a project like this. And then I'm going to take I'm going to throw it across the table because that's what I do. I'm going to add just a little bit of these little pieces of branch here. If you see a mushroom in the ground and they grow, they just push up whatever is around it. It doesn't matter. They can push a rock up if they want to. They push up leaves, they push the dirt up, they push up branches, and I love the thought of this just coming up right around the branches. So now I'm going to make sure that everything fits, and of course do that before you glue anything. Make sure it fits, just keep putting the lid back on. And now we're going to make a base for this, because I'm not particularly happy with the fact that, one, it's silver, and two, it looks way too small for this upside down. So for me, I'm just going to go ahead and make a different bottom so that you won't even be able to tell this had a silver top on it at all. I've got it glued down, making sure that this wood slice is big enough for me to put some of this moss on, and then I'll just be tucking some moss right into the glue. I'll go up on the lid. That's going to help keep everything stuck together also, a little more security. And then I'll just start taking that and pushing it in. Y'all, please protect your little pinkies, your little fingers, okay? Protect your fingers. Like I was in a rush and I didn't do that, but yeah, no permanent damage to the fingertips. I can still feel everything, and I'm pretty sure the cops could find me if they were to lift any prints. I'm pretty sure I'm good as that, as far as that goes. Now I'm going to just continue around, all the way around, and tuck this moss in. You can use brown moss, you can use sheet moss, whatever you want to use for this. I like the idea of using this loose moss because it hangs off and it looks like, like maybe it actually grew this way. Of course, a jar wouldn't grow in nature, but you get what I'm saying. So far, so good. I like the look of this. This is pretty, but you could trim yours off if you wanted. Now, I don't like the idea of having the silver top, so I'm just going to take the same green paint that I used already, and I'm going to put that on here. And to make it easier on myself, I saved a little brush handle, like from a foam brush, a little pouncer, and I just put a little hot glue on there so that I could hold this while I paint it, and then I could set it down into something and have the lid dry, which is perfect, or the little cap there. So it's going to be green. And then I won't be putting that little hangy part back in there. Not going to use that. We're going to try something else. So once it's dry, I'm going to take a little bit of jute, and I'll use that in here. You can push these pieces out. They kind of, they're in individual little pieces. Like, I don't really know how to explain that, but you know what the tops look like on ornaments. They have to be able to flex open so that they can fit over the top of the ornament. So you can push those out a little bit to use to your advantage if you want to add something that has bulk, like a piece of string or something. And then you still get the perfect fit. So you just add a little bit of glue in there, and you slip the top on, making sure that it's even when it hangs, and we achieve that. And it'll stay in place. Now, you know me, I'm going to add some more because that's how I do things. I'm going to add some more right onto the top, and then I'm going to add some more on the other side. But you can skip this part. Definitely can skip it. You can wrap jute all the way around the top instead of putting a hanger on there if you wanted to. You could just use this as a sitting piece, and you can also use this like on a tiered tray if you do tiered trays. Think of all the options, all the different colored mushrooms, the different colored moss. You could just make a variety of these and hang them off of your tree, and I think they would be lovely. Yes, I'm liking it so far, but I'm going to grab some little pine cones and add those too, because these are not just woodland, but they're woodland holiday pieces. So, our mind goes to pine trees and fir and conifers and things like that, so I want to use the pine cones here, just to give it more of a little wintry look. You know, not everybody gets snow for winter. Some people have very cold winters with no snow at all, so you wouldn't see snow and frost necessarily on the winter pieces. We got to think about everybody, don't we? Don't worry, I'll be having some snowy things too. No worries. I love this, and I hope y'all love it too. The next is going to be a candle round. I'm going to grab some of these moss stones. They came from Temu. These thrifted little mushrooms. This moss mat from Temu. And then a wreath that I already had. Love the size of this wreath and the opening. I've got 3 candles from Dollar Tree, or you can use a flameless candle, whatever you like. I'm going to lay this mat on top, and I'm going to kind of feel with my hands to see how much I'm going to need to overlap so that it touches the table, because I want it to be almost completely to the bottom. Then I'll just take my scissors and cut all the way around. This stuff is so good. This is not a sponsored video, but oof, this moss is amazing. It's not on one of those plastic backs. It's actually kind of a woven texture, so it's going to be great for how we attach it to this piece. All right. Again, I'm pushing with my hands, trying to make sure, almost like when you put a pie crust down on top of your pie, you know, or you put the little top layer on top of the pie. You want to make sure that it reaches the edges and stretch a little bit. I'm trying to make sure that I have enough of a pocket on the inside for later. And I'm going to just feel my way around here. And I know that it is cut where it needs to be. I'm going to use my floral wire to attach this. I'm not going to use hot glue because this is woven. It's going to go through, this wire will go through here, disappear into the depths, and will wrap around that wreath very easily. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to poke it through there, get a nice good branch in there, twist it around, and then you can either cut it off or you can push it back up into the wreath because it's not going to get in your way. I'm going to go down a couple of inches. You can go across if you need to, but since I'm not stretching, I can just go side to side. I'll feed that through there, making sure that I catch the moss mat and piece of the wicker from the wreath underneath. Twist it and then push it now. What I'm doing is this is on the underside of it. This is not on the side of it. I don't want to see any of that ugly wire. I just want this to look like this has grown over it. So I'm just going to continue around until I have as much as I feel like I need to keep it steady and in place. Going to do the whole thing. Nice. So now we'll work in the middle. And what I'm doing is pushing with my hands to make sure, again, that it goes all the way down to the table and that it will open up enough that I can put candles in the middle. You can use this technique if you use smaller mushrooms to make a wreath. Wholly up to you which way you want to orient this. But my mushrooms were big, and the way I have them sitting, they just don't look right as a wreath. This is definitely for candles. Take the inspiration. Okay, so I'm just cutting a few pieces to make it easier on myself, and you can certainly do this too. Then I'll flip it over and start working on the inside. I'm going to pull it upward. I'm not going to pull too tight though, because I don't want to make gaps in the front. I want it still to look thick and lush and cushiony, like when you're barefoot walking through moss under a big oak tree. Oh, there's nothing like it. I just love it. Okay. Squishing it, pulling it tight, twisting it around, and then poking it back in the wreath. Then I'll make sure that I can put a couple of snips in there when I need to, just to open it up, make it easier on myself, and continue along until every bit of this middle is opened up so we can set our candles on the inside. This is easy to do, y'all. It really is. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. Okay, so, you know, I like to lay my pieces out first to get an idea. So I'm just taking some of these little moss-covered stones. They're actually just pieces of foam with the fabric on top of them, but they look good, don't they? Now you can put one by itself, you can do some side by side, you can do this evenly if you like that type of a pattern. It's totally up to you. I decided to just kind of work in clumps and work here and there all over the thing in no particular pattern. Just going with your gut. Y'all know what I mean by that, just going with your gut. You get lost in it and you just whatever. So this is another mushroom. I'm just going to trim a little and I'm going to tuck it in there. If I open up a little bit of that mossy mat, it can go right down to the wood underneath, which gives it even more security, which is always a good thing. I'm going to add them here and there. You can also use them to help support your mushrooms if they're big like mine and they want to kind of hang to the side, you know, list a little to the left, list a little to the right. Gives it a little more support. And then, see, this is the big mushroom. I'm trying to push him down in there a little bit more so that it doesn't overwhelm the entire piece. Then I'm going to take these little pine cones, just like we did in the ornament, and I'm going to add them here and there just to add that little hint of winter. And I'm not going to overwhelm it. I'm not going to just go nuts with it. I'm just going to do a little here and there. And you may as well extend it down the sides, because if it's sitting on a table someplace, you want to have something pretty to look at from all angles, right? And you want your guests to see something pretty from all angles. Y'all, this would be such a pretty, really fairly simple thing to make as a gift for someone as well. So I want to show you what it looks like with a single in the middle, just a battery operated candle. Or if you want to use tall candles from Dollar. Y'all, I gotta tell you, I got some friend mail and I was not expecting it, and it was a surprise, and I'm so thankful. You know who you are. I don't know if I can mention your name or not, but bless your heart, you are the sweetest. I am going to put those tools that you sent me, stunning. I am just absolutely in love. I can't tell you what a sweet, sweet surprise it was to come home and see that package sitting on my bed. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I love y'all so much, and I'm so grateful to have. To start off with, we are going to make a book fairy. Yes, fairies again, y'all. Okay, I ordered these from Temu. I ordered 2 of them, so we're going to do 2 projects. This is what they look like when you get them from Temu. They are just made to sit outside in the yard. I'll try to find that link for y'all and put it in the description box. This is not sponsored. You're going to need some type of a moss mat or some moss, some foam, sanding block, some tape, something to cut with, some clippers. We're going to need some flat white paint or chalk paint. And then we're going to take the chalk paints here in relatively similar shades. And this is thrifted. This is a book stack box. Love it. I've had it for a long time. Finally decided what I want to do with it. We're going to use mushrooms. I've got these foam mushrooms that I've had for a while. I've done more projects with those. And then these I ordered from Temu, little minis. I have these scraps right here. This is from a lovely friend who donated some ribbons and some greenery. And then I'm going to start off with my sanding block and just go over these. Some of these areas on these books are raised, and I want to make them, you know, relatively flat. I want the box to not be the main focus. See how yucky that is? So I've sanded most of it, tried to get most of the shiny off. Not going to focus on the pages. We're going to leave that as is. I'm going to start with a moss green color. I think this is Spanish moss. And I just decided to put this one on the bottom. So I'm going to color the entire thing. Be sure after you sand that you wipe it off. I don't think I showed that, but be sure you wipe it off, because you saw all that dust, that the paint particles and stuff that come off, and you don't want that loose in your paint. So you just be sure you wipe it. Then I'm going to go also on the sides, because remember, we always look at all angles, and right on the inside too, we're going to paint that green. For me, drying it with some type of a tool in between is helpful, so that's what I'm going to be doing today. And then I'm going to take the hinges off. This is so easy. This is just a little tiny screwdriver, you can probably get like a glasses repair kit, something like that, for a little screwdriver like that. And you can get those at Dollar Tree. And just going to take those hinges off, take it off both sides and the screws, and I'm going to save those for another project. So in order not to lose them, just going to put them in a little cup, put some painter's tape, and it's safe. Set it to the side and it'll go in my toolbox. Alright, we're going to move on. I've got the bottom painted completely with my 3 shades, and now I'm going to go up top and paint this one. This color right here is sheepskin. That gray color, I cannot remember exactly what that gray color was, but it was like a, it's one of my newer paints, so I haven't used it before. Be sure you shake your paint too before you use it, or stir it. Okay, she's going to get a coat of this flat white, and so is the other one. So both of those will be painted and dried. It's going to give us a decent base. But before we get started, it's really important that we cut off any glue that's on there, get something to sand with, and get your resin even if there's any spikes or areas that are not even. I'm looking to try to make it as symmetrical as possible on her wings. Also, there's like a little extra, you know, little bits and pieces here and there. You wouldn't notice it if it was sitting in your yard, perhaps, but since it's going to be a place we have to see it all the time and we will be looking at it closely, I want to make sure that it doesn't drive me nuts. So any sharp corners where the seams are, I'm just going to sand over those with my little nail file. And or you can use a sanding block, whatever, but the nail file gets in those little creases, and it makes it easy to use. And I'm just going to round off all those edges and make sure I don't have any clumps of glue that are showing, you know, because when we put the paint on there, you'll be able to see all that. Give it a good wipe down and then spray it. So she has got one coat on front and then one coat on the back, both of these do. I'm going to make her a pale princess, so she is going to be buff, which is still darker than my skin tone. I'm going to take a mixture of brushes, but mainly detail type brushes, put on the spectacles. I'm going to put my paint to the side and start off with the legs and all the skin on the body. So I'll be painting her legs, her arms, her chest, back, face, ears, yeah, her hands. All of that will be painted this buff color. I painted one coat with a regular paintbrush and let it dry thoroughly in between. It can be kind of streaky. If you want to use like a chalk paint underneath this first, that would help with that. But to me, I didn't have a hard time with it, but it did take 2 coats. And be sure that you let it dry thoroughly in between, so when you put your second coat on, you're not lifting up the paint that you've already put down and removing all the hard work you've already done. So you see how I sort of graduated the color going upwards? Yeah, I like that look. And now we're going to scruff it up. So I'm going to grab some 60 grit and I am going to go over that with the sandpaper and just really bite down into that paint. You'll see the colors that were underneath there, which gives it a nice look. Plus I want this to look like maybe, you know, maybe somebody went to sleep in the forest. Maybe they went to sleep in the forest. They went out there where it was nice and cool and shady in the soft moss to do some reading, and they just left the books. They just completely left the books. So we're going to age them. Going to do the same thing on the top. And I like that this beige has a greenish or bluish cast to it. It looks good, I think, with the other colors in the box. Really get down in there. And I like to start off with just taking off a little bit and then taking a little more and a little more. Because like I've said before, what have I said before, y'all? You can't put it back, but you actually can when it's paint. But it's just easier to start off light and then, you know, make it darker where you want to make it darker, or heavier where you want to make it heavier. Same process here with using the antiquing wax. I want to go definitely in the areas that are depressed or in the cracks between the books to give that shadowing. I'm also going to be sure that I get around the edges and the sides. Going to make it look nice and dirty, but not filthy. Not filthy, right? We're not doing trolls here. We're not doing trolls. So we're going to continue around here until I've got all the surfaces, keeping in mind that you've got those surfaces on the edge that look like the book covers. I'm also going to go around the top. I went over that with some gray and then let that dry, and then you notice on the inside that gold is still gold, but I want to make it look more burnished, more aged. So I'm going to put that wax on there too and distress it in there. Then you can get a cloth and go over the inside of it to make sure that it's even, and then look at how it looks. I love it. So I've got some brushed gold here, and I'm going to go back over any of the areas on the book pages where possibly I've gotten a different color paint. So I'm just, and it really does sort of change the color as opposed to the color that's already there. You can't notice it as much on camera as in person, but just take my word for it. And you can skip that part if you don't have this type of a book stack. I'm just here for inspiration, y'all. I want to inspire you. So this is what it looks like. And I'm going to take my foam and stick it in there. I just stacked up some foam and cut it because I didn't have a block that would fit. Now this fits in there well. You don't even have to cut it. I'm going to take my moss mat, and this was just thrifted, and I'm almost to the bottom of it, y'all. How depressing. I really love this stuff. It's so easy to work with. It's thick. It still sheds, but you know, all of the moss mats really do shed. So once I get it cut approximately the size I want it, I'm going to kind of turn it under a little bit and really push it down into there between the box and the foam. Once I know that it is going to fit, and it doesn't have to fit perfectly, like I said, you can fold it down just a tad, or you can continue to trim it. Then I'm going to grab my corners, pull them up a little bit, and then just put down some glue so it doesn't go anywhere. This is just extra assurance that this does not fall apart. And I'm going to take some nano tape. I think there's other names for the tape, so that may be a brand name, and I'm not sponsored, so I don't know. But I thrifted this. You're going to pull that tape off. You can, and yeah, for those of you who are wondering, yes, I do find brand new items at the thrift store, and I've had this for a while now. Didn't realize what it was, and now that I know what it is, I'm using it. Okay, so here she is dried. Put your glasses on because we're going to do some detailed work here. I'm going to paint her hair. Now, I love this copper color. This is called Worn Penny. I mainly use this color during the fall when I'm crafting in the fall, but I thought for a fairy, for her to have some beautiful, rich, metallic hair, it would be perfect. So I'm just careful going around her ears, but you know, it doesn't have to be perfect, so you know, let her dry. Then we're going to stipple on the second layer above, and it really gives a better texture to the skin, and you don't see the streakiness. So now I've got some champagne colored metallic. I'm going to go over those little flowers in her hair. That's what they are. They're little flowers. I'm going to go over those. They have just a little sheen. I'm going to highlight her face, so she's going to get a little on her eyes. You know, where you would highlight, if you watch all those young folks doing the highlights on their videos, on the top lip, right on the nose, the chin. I put some on her clavicles, on her shoulders, and she's just beautiful. So we're going to go to the skirt next, and I am going to use a green color here. Now this is a brand new paint for me also. It is I opened the bottle and could not believe how rich and perfect this color is for fall. Look at that. I love it. I'll try to figure out the paint colors and let y'all know more specifically. If you need to know, just you can just put it in the comments, and then I'll go grab the bottles and look it up and give you the colors. So on the top, I decided to use the champagne as well. I took 2 coats with the champagne, but you can use white on top if you make a mess, almost like an eraser, if you happen to get any skin tone on it or whatever. And then put your champagne on top. But look at the sheen that gives to it. Oh, it's beautiful. Now, you see this one? We're going to put bronze on her wings. Can y'all tell I'm feeling fall already? This is not a fall project, but it could definitely go for a late summer look. So I'm going to put this beautiful, beautiful bronze all over her wings. This is 1 coat. We're going to let her dry, and then we're going to use nail glitter on her wings, y'all. Yes, nail glitter is a very fine, if you want it that way, you can look for the fine, and you can put that on there, and it gives such a beautiful coverage. They're not chunky. Yeah, I ordered this. No, I did not order this. Did I order this from Temu? This may have been something I got at the dirt cheap store, but I might have gotten this from Temu. But there's 4 colors in here, and they're all in shades of orange. So this is kind of orange and yellow. Look how pretty that is with her hair. So on the back of the wings, I'm going to use my Mod Podge, and I'm going to just sprinkle this on. Be sure you get a paper or some cardboard underneath so that you can save all the glitter that falls out. Then I'm going to take a very fine brush. I'm actually using my bridge brush here from Essential Stencil, and I'm going to go right up the division between each of those feathers, and I'm going to glitter just the divisions in the feathers. So it'll be like veining, like almost like when you see a butterfly. So that's what I wanted to do for her. I'm going to shake, 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 and get the excess off. See? And then I'm also going to get a dry, clean, firm brush and flick away all the extra that we don't need on her wings. So anything that's out of the pattern, we'll just kind of flick that out of there. Now we need to protect her, so we're going to use some sealer. Once she is sealed and dry, we're going to start with the box. Now these little wooden pieces came from the Dollar Tree. Found a big bag of them, and it's the perfect height for her to look as though she's sitting in the grass. Then I'm going to grab my one piece of greenery that has a wire in it there of these scraps. Had a wire in it, and it looks so pretty and viney, so I thought maybe a little semi-arch on the side would be pretty, kind of balance it out. And then I'm going to take little pieces of the different ferns and greenery and start adding to this box, because this fairy found these books out in the woods and decided to make a home. She's at least got a little park area, a little rest area here. So I'm going to take another piece, and I kind of cut it down, and I'm going to put it in the back. I like all of the texture in here, and I love that it's that rich green color, because to me that looks like it is summertime. I'm going to grab those mushrooms. It's just a variety of them, and for those of you who haven't seen my other projects I did with these mushrooms, I'm going to link the video. Plus, I want to let you know that these came on a garland of wire, and I took them all off. So now I'm just placing them here and there. I cut them to make them flat on the bottom and to change the heights of them. So we have some variety. I don't want everything the same. This is not a, we're not growing these to sell. We're just letting them grow in the wild, right? I'm going to use a little grass there. I'm going to poke one on the top. I'm going to add some little lights. Now you use your little tea lights. These came from the thrift store. Use little tea lights if you want. You could even use fairy lights, but be sure that you put something in there to disguise them. It just looks like a little moonlight that's filtering through. I think it's pretty. I'm going to grab some of the moss from the Dollar Tree. I'm using the green because everything in here's got the greenish tint, keeping it congruent, keeping everything, right and matching. Then I cut the bottom of this one at a slant so that it would sit on the corner of that, or the edge of it. I'm just going to keep adding down and around until I get the look that I am striving for. So far, so good, right? This is really, really pretty. Really pretty. She loves her little space. So I'm looking at it from all angles, all directions, like I always tell y'all to do. Trying to decide what I am going to put in there now. What can add to it? And I remembered I had this baby breath, and I'm just going to cut it off of the picks, and I'm going to put that right over those flowers to give her a little more dimension. And look how pretty. It looks like she's been picking flowers, and she's got one on her anklet, one on her bracelet. She's got them in her hair. And of course, if she's wearing them, then she has to have a stash of them where she's picking them, right? So let's add some in here. Adds a little light back there too, little pops of white here and there. I'm just going to add them in, little surprise bursts of light in there, so it's not completely the bottom of the forest. and then just add them here and there, you know, continuing around. This is just kind of, this is my thing, y'all. Yes. Oh, my heart, my heart. This little girl needs a name. I would love for you to choose a name for her and put it in the comments. Now some news from my friend Leonette.
Hey friends, I have some incredibly exciting news to share with you today. So how would you like to set sail on the crafting adventure of your lifetime? Introducing the Crafty Cruise Getaway, a one-of-a-kind experience where you can join your favorite creators from 5 YouTube channels for a relaxing and dreamy Caribbean getaway. Imagine spending 5 days surrounded by turquoise Caribbean waters, white sandy beaches, and fellow craft enthusiasts like yourself. It's the ultimate crafting getaway you will remember forever. You'll have the chance to meet and greet each YouTube creator in person. Picture yourself chatting, sharing ideas, taking selfies, laughing, and making memories, all while being inspired by their creativity firsthand. Various live crafting sessions will be held where each creator will guide you through unique and exciting projects. You'll be able to learn new techniques, discover fresh ideas, and take your crafting skills to the next level. Oh, and did I mention the fantastic onboard amenities? Enjoy world-class dining, luxurious accommodations, and many exciting activities to entertain you throughout the cruise. Take advantage of this incredible opportunity to connect, create, and cruise with some of the most talented crafters on YouTube. Due to limited space, head on over to our website, craftycruisegetaway.com, for more information on reserving your spot. Be sure to subscribe to all the participating channels for updates and exclusive content leading up to the event. I can't wait to see you on board the Crafty Cruise Getaway.
The next fairy is our log fairy. Okay, so here's the second one. She is spray painted nice and white. I'm going to use some of this brown moss from the Dollar Tree. It's floral moss. Going to use some dark espresso, buff, silver of your choice, some glitter with some black in it, really fine glitter. I'm going to get into my stash of goodies from my yard that's been dried, and this beautiful piece of wood that my husband and kids found in the creek at our farm in Mississippi. This is only part of it. It is so heavy, heavy. Okay, beautiful piece. They will love the rich darkness and all the cracks in it. It's just gorgeous. Very inspiring. Okay, so look at this girl once she is put together. Now you can leave her wings like this if you wanted to, but you know, I gotta put the magic in them wings. We finna do some glitter. If at any time in my life, got to have that glitter in those fairy wings, right? Not a big fan of glitter, but I am when we're looking at our mystical woodland creatures. Okay, so these are butterfly cutouts, and I got one of my picks, my flower picks, and just cut these pieces off. I cut them off because we need these for these flowers. Now, you watch what I'm doing while I tell you a little something. If you are still here at this point, I am doing a secret giveaway. I am going to be giving away some of the burlap that has been difficult for folks to find. I have the bees and all that good stuff. I also have some fabric, but I have about a $10 bag of goodies from Dollar Tree that I want to send to one lucky person. So what do you have to do? You have to go into the comment section, name one of those fairies, tell me which one is your favorite one, and that's it. That's all you have to do. We're going to give it about a week, and then I will let you know in your original comment, so be sure you have your notifications on. I'm going to let you know in your original comment, and I'm also going to let you know on the community page. It's very important that you get back with me within about 48 hours, okay? That's what you need to do, and you'll be qualified for a chance to win those goodies. Be sure you look down in the description box for all the details. Okay, so my son is helping me here. This is a finger dauber. I learned about these through Trish and Kay from Crafting Cousins, and they really make a difference. I also wanted to show you this cup that my son bought for me with his own money. So thank you very much for helping. So here is a dried shelf mushroom from my stash. I'm going to just trim it down a little bit because there are dips and raised areas in here, and I want it to sit as flush as possible. I'm going to use some wood glue on here, and I'm also going to use hot glue. Plus, we're going to use one more thing in a moment. So I'm going to get that where I like it, press it into place, give it just a chance for the hot glue to set up. Then I'm going to grab some of that nano tape, or whatever it's called. I'm going to fold it over on itself. I think it's called wall mounting tape at Dollar Tree. So you can get it at Dollar Tree. I'm going to roll it, and then I'm going to press it up in the little gap that I still had in between here on that mushroom. I don't want anything to fall. So we're going to see how strong this tape is. Look, the hot glue and the tape together, and I could pick that up. That's pretty amazing. I think that's going to stay. We're not putting anything heavy on the top, little one, so we're just going to leave it. Put it up there and just leave it with that. Look how beautiful her wings look with that Recollection black glitter. Oh, so pretty. So we're going to seal her as well. We don't want anything coming off her wings. One good coat and let her dry out. I'm going to take that moss and go in all these little indentations. Well, not all of them, but you know, pretty good bit of them, to look like there is some life that is growing in it, even though my husband dug this out of the bottom of our creek. I'm going to take just, you know, a little stick or something and kind of poke that down in there so it looks kind of nested into that. I'm going to go down here on this bottom one too. I'm going to go right over where the crack is on the top of this one, and I'm going to make a little backing of moss here. You can use green moss if you want, but since I did so much green on the other one, I wanted this one to be a little more maybe end of summer, kind of transitioning into fall, and I think I achieved that, so I'm happy about that. You'll see in the end, right? You always let me know what you think in the end. So I'm just going to put these along here. These two branches that I got, I thrifted from the Goodwill bins. I thrifted them, and I've had them for a few years, y'all. But they are beautiful. They have sort of maybe a young tree vibe, a vine vibe, but they're really pretty. What you don't necessarily see in here, I don't think, no, I know that I did not put myself using the staple gun here. I used some shallow staples on the underside where you couldn't see it on a few pieces. I think I have 3 little sections, so I glued it and did a little stapling. Be sure you disguise that, you know, put a little paint over it so nobody sees that in there. I'm going to take another pick, I'm going to cut it in half, have it looking like 2 picks once you fluff it out, and twist up your little vines. And I think a good place here would be right in this big crack in the side, so I'm just going to add some glue and then some more moss. It's going to help hold it in. With these, I didn't have to staple. All right, and the little crack in the bottom, we're going to add one right here. So you see at the top we got high and then medium and then low. So we have a variety of heights in there, which makes it interesting to the eye. It gives you a lot to look at, as well as the depth and dimension that we always look for on our projects. So again, if you're looking for any particular color or anything of the paints that I use, just let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to put that down there for you. Then here are the butterfly sticks that we made. 2 of these I'm going to cut the sticks off of because I decided to put those directly down onto the vines. I think they're strong enough to hold them, and they are. And I put those back to back like that so that, you know, if you see them from the other angle, you still get a pretty color and not a white backing. We'll leave some of these on the picks so that they look as though they're flying. And look, we're going to put one right on her ankle as if she is looking at the little butterfly and it's resting on her ankle. I'm just bending it a little bit so that the wings look like they were, you know, like a butterfly. And then this tall one I'll put right in the top. Gonna add a little glue to hold that one in place. And y'all look at it. Is this not cute? I don't know. I don't guess you could say cute, but I think it's whimsical, and I think that it is just so gorgeous and woody and cottagey, and it's just beautiful. I really do think so. And I think the color of the butterflies gives it a lot of charm. That orange and gold is just really pretty. Now you can use little mushrooms to go on your areas here, you know, in any little spaces that you have, but I decided that I wanted to still just continue along with those neutral browns and greens. I took a tiny miniature wreath and just put it on that top step. You know, maybe she's a crafter too, right? We don't know. Maybe she made her own little wreath. Then I'm going to take a gumball from the yard out of our tree, and I am going to flatten it on one side, add some glue, and put it beside her. So she has a little orb beside her, just a little something interesting and pretty. And this is how it's going to look. And it will stand on its own perfectly. Look at that. And then I'm just going to get rid of all of those extra little threads of glue that I have all over the place just to clean it up. Look at these beautiful girls. So there's the book fairy and the log fairy. In the comments, tell me which one's your favorite. I absolutely love this. This is why I thrift. This is why I use natural items, because to me there is nothing in the world like bringing the outdoors inside. Nothing. I love it. I love to be outside too, but you know, I live in the South and I'm not about the heat of the summer, but I can bring those goodies indoors and enjoy them from my air conditioning. I appreciate each and every one of you. I would love it if you would subscribe to my channel so you don't miss seeing these goodies. Unique goodies. Lovely, budget-friendly goodies. Share it with somebody who you think that would like it, and give me a thumbs up. And I really, really appreciate it. We're going to start off with an easy evergreen swag. I thrifted some of this beautiful ribbon. It's got little jingle bells on it, but you can make this with some burlap ribbon and some hot glue. I've got a little strip of burlap ribbon from Dollar Tree. This is a stake from one of their yard signs. It's about 18 inches long. And then I have 3 of these pieces that I thrifted. You can use Dollar Tree picks. However, if you are going to do that, you might want to go with 6 picks instead, just to give you the fullness. All right, I'm going to be using my staple gun and some pipe cleaners as well. I'm going to put the ugly side of the stick outward, the one with the little damage on it. And then I'm going to put these down in 3 different places. So the one in the middle is actually going to be almost in the center, and then one will be about 3 inches down, and the other one would be about 3 inches up from the bottom. So we'll have 3. We're going to take our branches. They'll be flat on one side, and then we're going to turn all the pretty sides upward. So the flat parts will be downward, and the pretty sides will be upward. Make sure that you check your pine cones too, to make sure none of them have big holes in them or crunched up and damaged. You know, you want everything to be pretty and high-end looking. Just because we do this on a budget does not mean we want it to look cheap, right? Right. Okay, so we're going to face these picks downward. And an easy way to get these to stay on without having to use glue is to use the support that's already in the branch to help you hold everything together. So we will take our pipe cleaners and just thread them through 2 of the outer pieces of that little branch. So it will support the weight of the branch. It'll hold it here and it won't slide off. If you were just to put the straight pick part on there, you would need glue to help hold it because it could slide out. Does that make sense to you? You see what I'm saying? Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to twist the end right in the middle, just so that stays out of the way and it doesn't twist from side to side. Then we'll fix the other branch, get it all pretty sides up, kind of spread it out just a little bit. Oftentimes they come kind of crunched up, but you know, pull those out, let them show in all their glory. And then we'll do the same process. We're going to go up between 2 of the outer pieces and then push it down, give it a twist, wrap it to the back, and twist it on the back. Simple enough, right? The last pick, or if you're using 6 pieces, the last 2 will go right on top. If you start on the bottom, they'll layer down nicely. Look how full and beautiful this is already. It's making a very nice show for us. Then we'll do the same thing. See, this is so easy. Isn't this easy? It's such a great way to make an impact on your door. If you're going to put it outside, if you have double doors, you could do 2 of these. That would be beautiful. If you have lamps or lights outside of your door, you could hang them from there as well. Or you could put it in your house. Same little twisty twist to hold everything in place. And then I'm going to take this stem, hold it, and push the edge right over. You can always clip yours off if you want to. The wire is very thick in here, so I decided not to cut it. I'm just going to bend it around. Now the top branch that we have up there, I'm just going to take the pipe cleaner, twist it on itself, and then twist the little tails around the sides. And that's going to be a hanger. And the hanger will be low enough that you are not going to see it when we have it placed on our door or wall, wherever you want to put it. You can go back in and clean up the extra, take off your little end pieces here, give them a little extra twist just for luck, and push the wires down. If you're concerned about this scratching your paint or your wall, you can add a little hot glue over those tips of the wire that might be sticking out, and then that'll make a little buffer there so it won't scratch. Alright, so I went ahead and took a wider, this is a 4-inch burlap ribbon, and the weave is a lot tighter, so I went ahead and put this one on first just to cover everything up, to kind of hold it also onto the stem that we put it on, just to give it a nice kind of look here and to keep everything secure. And then you can add some staples on the back side, not the front. We don't want anybody looking at that. Trim it off. Now this doesn't have to be cut perfectly because we're going to put another layer on here. This is my unwired jute or burlap ribbon from Dollar Tree. Put it on top, protect your fingers, or use a spatula or something to push it down. I had my clippers there, so I went ahead and used them. And then you're going to firmly twist that around. Make it nice and tight up to the top. I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue in the inside where I put the thicker burlap, and I just have clips on it to hold it together. And then I'll add a little bit of hot glue to finish this off. All your finished sides should be in the back, not the front. And then to keep it tight, you can use little clamps to hold it in place. I use my Dollar Tree clamps. So far this is how it looks, and if you enjoy the look by itself, you can certainly do it just like that. I knew that I wanted to incorporate the ribbon. I love this ribbon. I think it's beautiful and rustic and woodlandy, and I knew it needed to be here. These need to be together. So I am just deciding what type of bow that I want to put on here. Now, bows are not for everyone. You certainly don't need it, but I think for holidays, having a little bow gives it a little something extra, and it gives a little movement. When the wind blows, it's just pretty. I love that. I'm all about the swaying branches and when the leaves falling and, you know, all the other good parts of fall and winter. All right, so now I'm just going to loop it over to show you very easily how to make a bow here. I'm going to make like an awareness loop and then squish the top down into the back. You see, looks like a Y, sort of like a Y. I'm just moving it around to make sure that I'm not clamping it over any of my bells there. I want the bells to show, so that's why I kind of finagled it around a bit. Then I'm just going to use some jute and tie it very tightly in the back, a couple of knots so nothing slips, and then I'll trim it off. Flip it over and just kind of play around with it for a minute. This gives me an idea of how I want the size to be. Now, if I had to guess, I would say that the loops on both sides of that smaller, of the bow that I just made, is going to be like a 6-inch loop. The one I'm going to put on top of that is going to be more like a 5-inch loop. So we're going to go, you see here how we're going to go downward in sizes, and the smaller, the further toward the outside of the bow, the smaller the loops are going to be. But it makes a pretty look. Now, if you have a different type of bow that you like to make and you want to use that, you can certainly do it, or you can just use tails if you want to do that. So this is our second bow layer. Put it aside, and then I'll take the smallest one. So we did 6, 5, and 4. Now I'm going to use a longer piece of jute this time. I'm going to tie this in a double knot, and then we will use this long piece to attach all of the layers together. Put a nestling right on top, turn it over, and give it a few ties. Don't you think you can do this very easily and very quickly before you have company or guests over to your home? This is such a nice look. I think that this would go actually through fall and all the way into winter until spring comes along. It really is a pretty piece, and definitely I think it would be appropriate with these colors to just have this out for Thanksgiving as well. Or Friendsgiving, whatever you celebrate. So we're going to fluff out those pretty bows. And like I said, I thrifted this ribbon, but I'm sure you can find something like this at Hobby Lobby or Joann or, you know, any craft specialty stores. I'm going to get my little hanger out of the way, and I'm going to tie the bow right to the top. So it's going to be between our hanger and where we have our layers of ribbon there. Tie it off. You can use a little hot glue there just to make sure nothing comes untied if you have it out in the wind. And I do not recommend that you put anything out in the blazing sun or the freezing cold, because it can get, you know, bleached and damaged and all that. But, you know, keep it in a covered area and it'll last for you. Simple and beautiful. The next is going to be a pine cone trio. I've got a couple of different ribbons I'm thinking about using. These are little, they're some type of conductors or insulators that came off of a pole in my son-in-law's yard. And then we have some of these little berry vines, 3 colors, and then 3 pine cones that were also found on a recent walk through the woods at their house. You need something as a base, so some type of a round disc. You can use wood slices or a little wood disc. And I decided to use the little wood rounds, and I'm going to color them with some dark brown paint on a baby white. This is going to make it more of a stain so that you can still see the pretty rings that are underneath. Not necessarily something that you have to do. You can certainly paint the entire thing over if you don't want to see that. Whatever your choice is. And I'll do each one of those, and then we need to be sure that they dry, so either let them air dry or use your heating tool, a blow dryer, a fan, or just walk away and have a coffee break. Go sit outside for a little while. So I knew I wanted to use these little conductors, these pretty little insulators, and yes, I did wash them and dry them. I knew that they were going to be the base of Christmas tree. So we're going to make little pine cone Christmas trees. It has definitely been done before, but I think I'm giving you a little extra idea about how you can use it. I'm going to use some E6000 and some hot glue to put these, we're going to call these our little tree trunks, our bases, to attach them down to the wood disc. Hot glue is going to make a quick grab while that E6000 is drying for a permanent hold. You have to be sure that anything that you paint is dried first though, or it's not going to hold. If you would prefer using screws to hold something like this in place, you can do that, but the weight is not really enough where it would justify the time that it would take for me to get my tools out and to do that. So this works just fine. These are going to be easy to do also, y'all. No worries about this video. Now, you see how that looks? So pretty. I love the look of it. And look at these beautiful large pine cones. Now, we have pine trees all over our property as well, but we do not have ones that are this enormous. So my co-grandparent, Mama, I'm Nana and she's Mama. We share a grandson together, our first grandson. And I rode with her in a golf cart where everybody else walked around and the baby was there, and we grabbed up some things for me to craft with. So yeah, we had a good time that day. Now we're going to do the same combination of hot glue and E6000 to put our cones down. Be sure when you're doing these that you try to get cones that are symmetrical and that will kind of sit flat and stand up nice and straight. If you don't, you'll have to do a little more wiggling around to get it to sit where it needs to so that it won't fall over, because the weight of the cone can tip it if you don't have the right fit. Now look at this one. It's really cool. The bottom of it is almost cupped, so it's a perfect little place for you to put that what we're calling our tree trunk right down in there and help hold it in place. I really didn't want this to come out, so I just added a little extra glue. And they're still standing, y'all. They're still standing. Here are the 3 of them. I'm going to make sure that even though they're not standing up completely straight, that put the fat side outward, or the pretty side outward, and the flatter side toward the back. We're going to use these as garlands around our trees, and I'm just trying to decide which one I want where. I want to show you all of these just to give you an example, and then one of these I will tell you that I didn't really care for the coloring with it. I don't think it showed very well, so totally up to you what colors. They come in all different kind of colors. You could even use green here if you wanted. Now I made a loop on the end and then pushed it down. You can use a little hot glue to hold it in place. I am loosely wrapping this around, and because it's on wire, you can make it hold its own shape. And then use a dot of glue here and there just to hold it to the outside, because if you pull it tightly, it's going to go into the inside of that pine cone and practically disappear. And since we want this to look like a Christmas tree, we want the decoration to be on the outside, right? If you chose to use something like little string lights or something here, you could certainly do that too. I'm just not a big fan of having a big box with the battery in it where you can see it. I like all that to be sort of hidden, so I just left that out and then decided to use some candles, some flameless candles with the little decoration set up. So just a few dots of hot glue here and there to make sure that it stays on the line where I had it and where I want it. And just patiently holding it in place for just a moment until the glue has a chance to sit up and grab. Just takes a little extra time. You remember what I told you, a little extra time does not mean it's harder to do. It just, just takes a little longer. Now this is the one where I didn't feel like it really showed up enough. Had I bleached or dipped these cones, this would have been beautiful. This strand has like a very deep red and a burgundy color on there. Very pretty together, but because it's so dark and the insides of the pine cone are so very dark, also they kind of disappear. But I've got a way of fixing that. So I've already done the gold one here, and we're going to embellish the top with some more pine cones. Why not? So these came from a bag of scatter that I got from Dollar Tree a few years ago. They still make it, and my trees, I have seen this recently, so you can certainly pick something up like this. I know they have some with snow, and maybe they have some small ones that don't have snow. I'm not entirely sure. Only ones I have the snow look on them. These are going to be like a tree topper, and I'm just going to make a small little bundle up there on the top. I'm just putting them here and there where they fit together. I think it gives it a pretty little look, especially with the white trunk that we have made there. You see, that's just so dark, but I thought, hey, okay, for this tree, let's use these pine cones inside the big pine cone to give it some decoration and to really give it a better look. So they're going to be a little different, each one of them, but I still think that put together in a trio, they make an interesting look. And using baby pine cones with the big pine cone, I think it turned out really nice. You'll have to tell me what you think though. And I'm just placing them here and there, just as you would when you were decorating a Christmas tree. Making sure that you don't have too many too close together or right side by side. And just kind of look here and there, turn it from side to side, and decide how many that you want to put. And they're so small, they just nestle right down. Pine cones also are, I wouldn't say flexible necessarily, but you can move those woody pieces around a bit so you can get the look that you're going for. And then of course we have to do the top. So I put one of the bigger ones on the top, and we're moving on to the one with the white. We'll put a little cluster on the top of that one also. right in the middle of the top of the pine cone is one little piece that sticks up like a short little branch or a short little stem, and then there's a little dip and the little cone pieces start. So it makes a great little place to just nestle those in there together. And I love these three. I think they're very cute, simple, easy to do. These were easy and so inexpensive because I barely paid anything. Stuff I already had, and then the stuff that I got, out of the woods. And it's got some good memories because we, as a family, went and found those pieces. And my son, yeah, he was really big in finding the pieces. He was going everywhere. We had to keep stopping the golf cart because he was, "Hey, Mama, look at this. Hey, Mama, I found another one." It was a lot of fun. I love when the kids can help. So this beautiful satin ribbon from Dollar Tree, I knew this had to go on the tree that had the reddish colored twine around it. If you can't find the berry vine or you don't like it, you could always use some type of jute or colored jute to go around it. You could use a really thin tinsel. You can use a ribbon to go around your tree. Just take the videos that I give you and the crafts that I do as inspiration and make it your own. And I think that's really cute. Some more Dollar Tree ribbon, and this is just sort of like a linen, looks sort of burlap colored. It's just a natural color with gold trim. I'll make a little bow for that. Then you can dovetail your ends, or you can cut them at a slant. You can leave them long, or you can wrap them around the tree, or you can just make them short and put them up towards your topper section, like I'm doing here. And I put that one on the one with the gold. And then I've got some of this, it's like cotton cord. It's sort of fragile. There's only, you can see how it looks. There's only just a little bit left on the roll, so I'm working with that. I just doubled it over. It's about probably 14 inches per strand, and I have 2 strands. I'm just going to make a shoestring bow. Wrap those together and pull them gently, because if you pull too hard, this will just come undone completely. So I'm trying to be careful. I'm usually kind of tough on my ribbons, but being very careful. And this will make a little doubled bow look. I think it's pretty too with the white. And then I'll just cut my ends. I initially cut them even and put them on the top here. You can fluff out your 2 different layers of ribbon so that you have where it looks like it's 4, and I put it right toward the top. And then pull my little ends apart, and I decide to cut those at different lengths just to give it a little more interest. And I do that on both sides. It's a very, to me, like a more natural look. Very woodland and country. I like it. You can watch my videos Mondays and Thursdays. I'll see you there. The next is going to be a greeting card ornament. This little tag is from Dollar Tree. I've got 2 sticks, a little Adirondack white paint and a brush, a variety of ribbons, a glue stick. This is my lovely purple glue sticks that I love to use, and a card that I got from the thrift store. Use any card you like, y'all, any card you like. I'm going to take that staple out, throw it away, and save this for another project. These are kind of rough around the edges, and they're not very smooth, and I want a nice smooth surface with no lumps and bumps, so I'm going over it with my little sander, which came from Dollar Tree. I'm going to go around my edges and on both sides. Instead of using the side with the slat look, I'm going to use the flat back side and paint it white. I'm going to wipe off my little sawdust first. Don't want to muddy up my paint. Love chalk paint. It dries quickly and it gives a good coverage. I'll dry it. And I'm going to address the card over here. So I'll take the back section off of the card. I do not need that, but I can save it for other things. I'll use some walnut paint to go over the edges where my paint overlapped. You don't have to, but I just like to do that. And then I'll choose what position I want this to be on this ornament. I'm taking my vanishing purple glue stick and I'll go all over this section. No need to put it all the way to the top because it is not going to reach up there. And then I'm making sure that it gets on the edges and that I'm not leaving any lumps in there. You can see it starts to fade. And then I'll place the card down where I get the best part of the picture. The most part of the picture I want to capture anyway. And I love this little watercolor look, and it's really pretty. I've got my Mod Podge squeegee, and I'm just going to go kind of toward the middle and outward, or at least take all of the strokes outward in case there are any bubbles or lumps of glue that will push them straight out the edges and I can clean it up. And I want to be sure this card does not come off, so I am really working on it to keep it in place. You can go around the edges too, just a little to push down to make sure that it's grabbing that glue. Just an extra step. Not something you have to do, it's just something I like to do. I'm going to go around with my scissors and trim off the excess. You don't have to make it completely flush because we're going to fix it. And then if you knock anything loose when you're trimming it here, just go ahead and take your squeegee and go back over the top to make sure it's flat. Give it a little time to dry, and then you can grab a piece of sandpaper and just start sanding downward and outward to get off any little edge pieces that you need to take off. Very easy to do. I do this all of the time. I'm keeping my thumb over the card just to make sure if anything slides, I'm catching it so I can put it back, but it never moves. In my experience, it has not moved yet. Look how pretty that is by itself. But you know I've got to embellish it. I've got to fool around with it. So I'm choosing a branch and I'm going to choose some pine cones to add to it. Now these pine cones have a little paint coloring, it looks like paint on them, but I decided to make these brown. So if you decide to go with a brown theme and all you can find are the white ones, grab some dark brown paint and a rough or a stiff brush. Just dab into it, take a little off, and just color right over those spots. You can change the color of that pine cone. If you wanted to paint these gold, you could. If you wanted to paint them silver, you could. You can paint them. We can change things, can't we? Just takes a little extra time and they'll dry and then you'll get the look that you're going for. Just wanted to show y'all that. Don't feel too limited by what you have at your own stores. Alright, I am going to add a little glue and this is going to go on the edge of the card. Pressing this stick down in there. This is the one that I chose. I like that it's a little curvy stick and it almost looks like pine. And I like that. I'll add some hot glue and put the pine cones on. I'm just going to kind of arrange them in an order that looks like I might find them if it fell on the ground. I grew up in the country and I live in the country now, so I'm kind of familiar with these things, but if you don't know, don't be stressed by it. You just do the best you can, okay? Just do the best you can. And if you ever need reference, just Google pine branches or pine trees or, you know, and that'll give you an idea if you just need to have that in your mind when you do it. So I'm taking the brush and I'm just going to go over the edges here just a little bit to kind of, you know, keep that rustic look going. Now I've chosen my dark brown, very thin ribbon here to make a hanger for the back of this sign. I had some other options, but I just chose to use this one. It's a little more simple considering what we have going on in the card. I don't feel like I need anything more than this for it. I'm going to add hot glue. Slide the knot into the hot glue and then go right over the top of it. And then by adding just a little slip of scrap paper, you got everything held in place. Now once I looked at it, I thought, let's go ahead and grab the last little piece of this little branch that fell off of the other pieces I did the swag with. I'm just going to use 2 little pieces of it to go on here. These also can be painted. They're just green like a rubbery plastic. They could be painted if you wanted to change the color, but I'm fine with it like it is. And I'll place them wherever. Everything doesn't have to be symmetrical, right? And look, y'all be proud of me, there is no bow in here. Isn't that wonderful? It didn't need it. I think it looked perfect just like that. I want to take a quick moment to say thank you to all of my subscribers and to all of my members who make these videos possible. Thank you for all the support that you've given me in a little bit of downtime that I desperately needed. I appreciate that more than you will ever know. I believe in you, and I know that these are things that you can do. I really want you today to take the word joy to heart. Please find some joy in your life. Come to my channel. I'm going to encourage you. I am going to boost you up. I'm going to give you as much love as I can over the airways, you know? I'm going to try to make you believe in yourself. I'm going to try to show you how valuable you truly are. And I want you to know that you matter no matter what happens, okay? You really do. These projects are easy to do, and I know somebody out there is going to duplicate at least one of them. Is it going to be you? And which one are you going to do? The first is going to be the butterfly light box. We are going to start off with this pack of paper butterflies from Dollar Tree. They come in assorted sizes and colors. I'm going to use this, it's almost like a bank box or a shadow box. And a string of lights, make sure they work. This is just like a little moss mat. Alright, so to get this box open, y'all, I'm telling you about the struggle. I could not find the edge, but finally, ta-da! There it is. There it is. We're going to use that as the base. So I'm going to measure off my mat here and mark it with a marker, and then I'm going to cut inside of that line because it needs to be smaller than that. You're going to have about 1/8 of an inch all the way around the edge that you can still see the mat, the square underneath it. See, it was too big that time, so I'd have to trim it down. Now it's not going to fit back on the inside. The slot that is where you slide the back onto is too thin for adding anything to it. So we're just going to change the shape of the box just slightly, or I would say the background of the box. So I'm going to take off this edge piece, and since I broke mine, it's just MDF, not a big deal. I'm just going to add some glue. I added some E6000, glued it back together. It's strong, no problem. Then my E6000 has a hole in it, so I'm going to just go right there where it's squirting out and add some of that E6000 on here and put that frame piece back down on the box. And I'm going to add some hot glue too to make it quicker. And then put that back in place. No problem, it's going to be in the back and it's going to be covered, so not an issue. Now it will fit just laying right on the back. Alrighty. So you can see here that I have an edge around here, and later on that's where we're going to put our lights, right on that little track, and it will be flush when you lay it down. That's what we want. So I'm going to just use hot glue. That's all I really need here. This is Gorilla Glue sticks. You can use whatever type of adhesive you want. Hot glue just works better for producing these videos for y'all because it's quicker, you know? But if you want to do anything permanent, if you want to sell anything, you really need to use something that's not going to come apart. And I like to do these videos just to encourage you and inspire you. So use what you have. Now these butterflies come in different sizes in the package. I have also seen at Dollar Tree pink, green, and blue. So whichever one you like. We're going to need something to add dimension here and something that won't be thicker than the space we have when the box is closed. So I had some little thrifted cork pieces. You can use different size beads. You can use little wood blocks. You can use pieces of sticks. You can use the little puffy glue pieces or tape pieces. I'll get there in a minute, y'all. It's early. So use what you have so that you have some dimension, and it looks like the butterflies are standing up off of the moss mat. That's the look that I am going for here. And I tried to choose the butterflies that look more moth-like, you know, that had more of a simple shape, but you can use whatever you like. whatever floats your boat. So you can see here that they are different shapes, and because the cork is slanted, some of them actually are a little more lifted toward the top, and then some can be, see, there's an angle here. It's like it's flying up out of the moss. If you don't have this moss background, because I got mine at the thrift store, there were 2 pieces of it, and I just about jumped for joy when I saw it. And of course, nobody wanted it but me. So I grabbed 2 mats of it, but you can use like the moss, regular moss mats that you get, or you can use reindeer moss or whatever you have. You could even use pieces of tree bark that you find when you're out rummaging. You could use leaves, whatever you want to make a background, just to give it some different texture and dimension. So I took a piece of a little floral arrangement apart, and it had these all stacked together, but you can recycle the little sticks. And that's what I wanted to do here, because I've already used the flowers that came with it, so I just saved them. And now I put these as a border that goes right around the edge. I like that they are sticks, and I just think that, I don't know, this just gives it kind of a woodsy look. This is almost like what you would call the taxidermy boxes, or, you know, when kids do the bug collections and they put their little bugs in a box to display. It's like a display. So once you've picked out what kind of sticks you want, and of course get these out of your yard if you don't have some on hand that you can use, and just add these down here. I'm going to leave a little gap on each of the corners because we're going to do something a little bit different there. And for the one that I put on this side, I wanted it to almost look like a little added depth by putting this one down underneath the leaf, not the leaf, the wing of the butterfly, and then on the top part here, kind of having that wing peek through the 2 little pieces. It's just a little something kind of unexpected and extra that I like to do in some of my projects. And I'll place that one down. Now, I foraged in my yard and got all these pieces, and I've been working with these pieces, and we'll use them in the next project. You can just pick up your mushrooms, your moss, lichen, whatever you have. I've got tree bark, some Spanish moss under there, pine needles, whatever you think you might could use in your projects. I left mine outside for several days in the sun to dry out, and for the bugs to vacate the premises. Alright, so I want to use some of these little, that's like a little shelf mushroom. I gotta make sure that it's not too thick to close the box back down, so make sure that you kind of take the lid, put it on there, take it off, put it on there. You can, if you don't have a box like this, y'all just go get one of those clear display boxes at Dollar Tree. You know, you could use that, or you can use, probably take the back off of a bank, the little Dollar Tree banks. I've done that before. So I want to put these down here where they look like they make sense to me, where they just feel right. I want to put them with the top side up, just like Mother Nature did it. And then, because they usually come in little clusters, I wanted to put some in a cluster, and that's what I did there on the bottom. And what you see is not dirt on the back of those mushrooms. That's actually where they've been pulled off the tree. There are some little sticks that you can get at Dollar Tree, and I want to use these in different little textures and sizes to go across the border, the corners. And you have to make sure that you put them far enough on the inside that you can still get your lid on, so be mindful of that and don't overlap into that space that we have on the sides. You want everything to fit there. And then the part where I put the lights on is going to be missing, so you just take your string of lights, I'll tell you how to do it. Take that string of lights and just go all around the edge of the moss mat, all the way around. It's on wire, so all you have to do is tack it down with a little bit of hot glue. Be patient, let it dry before you move on. To me, that is gorgeous. That's so pretty. It's very, I don't know, cottage core, fairy core, goblin core. It's just got that really woodland. It's just an aesthetic that I really, really enjoy. So you can use the little lights with the box on the back, and I'll show you how you attach it. So there it is with the wire on the inside. You can see I went around the edges. You can barely see it in there against that dark moss. And I've just glued the little thing on the back, and you can glue yours on the back too. Let's see what it looks like when you light it. Oh yeah, look at that. Almost like little dragonflies are there, or maybe that's a little fairy dust that's glowing on the sides. I think so. I think it's appropriate too, because we're going to be doing, the next project is going to be fairy related, so I think that these two fit together pretty well. And then you get a tour of my ceiling there, my camera and the ceiling fan. You can watch my videos on Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it's free. The next is going to be a fairy home. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun on this one. We're going to start off with some pine bark that I have in my yard. A little fairy door that came from Dollar Tree. And here's the details. It's going to clear up for you. There you go. Fairy garden forest figurine. Little door. Really cute. Needs a little work, but that's okay. We're going to change this up just a little. You can use whatever type of moss mat, loose moss, reindeer moss, whatever you have. You can use some lichen if you want to use that. Whatever you got. We're going to be using some of these little sticks. And then pieces that have been foraged. I want to use the bigger pieces here in this project. And then there's some that look like little burnt pancakes. You can see how these are shaped. And there are some turkey tail and some more moss. There's a lot of textures going on here, which I absolutely love. So when you're out, just look at the trees and see what you can find. So you're going to need some type of wood glue. So there's two choices here. There's Elmer's wood glue. Couldn't get the lid off, so I switched over to my Gorilla wood glue. I took the top off of this one. You can see it's really thick. It needs to be mixed up though, because there's some liquidy parts. So I'm going to just mix that up with a little stick here. Make sure it's all the same consistency so we got no chunks. All right. So I'm just going to take the stick, and right here on the bottom, there's a piece where the bark wants to come off. I'm just going to put that bark back down. We have to do some work on this piece of pine bark before we can add anything to it, because it's fragile. It's very fragile. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this and stabilize as much as I can, and I'll show you how to do it. You see how that's loose there? I'm going to flip it over onto the back. And this piece, when I picked it up, I got the vacuum cleaner, I vacuumed it out, I used a brush, but you can see that it's still flaky. That's not dirt on the back, that's just part of the tree, part of the wood. So don't be distressed when you see those things. You got to be willing to get your hands dirty for this project, y'all. You really do. So I'm just going to go all down in those big cracks or fissures that are in this, because I want it to be nice and strong and glued together well. I don't want anything falling apart, because we're going to hang this on the wall later, right? If you're going to hang it up, you don't want it falling apart. So I'm stabilizing it. I'm going to use Gorilla hot glue sticks all over here too. Once I've got the regular glue down there, I'm going to smear it around on the top. Just to stretch it out, just to stretch it across there. And then we'll add a little more glue to it, because we want to be sure that it stays once that's kind of settled. You know, hot glue, you got to move really quick with it, because it'll harden up on you, and then you can't make anything stick to it. So you'll just add some more as you go along. It's not going to hurt you to use more glue here, because I always tell y'all to save your glue, to just be careful with your glue. You don't need a ton. But these are the projects where you need to use more. You need to be generous with that. So just using some burlap strips, I'm just going to go and push that down into that wet glue all over the back. I did use 4 strips. Now moving on to the Dollar Tree door. I'm going to be using a variety of paints, and I'm just showing you here what colors we're going to be using to work on this door. I want it to be a little bit different than the painting that's already on there. It's fine the way it is if you don't want to do painting or you don't have the paints on hand, but I like to paint. I found that that is something that I enjoy doing, and I like to see the transformation. So I have a variety of brushes also. Going to probably prefer to use smaller brushes in this project, because you have some small detail work to do. So we're going to start off with the wood part of the door, and I'm just going to use this chocolate brown and go all over the door. I'm using the chocolate brown because the pine bark is dark, so I want it to kind of recess almost when we put it down on the bark. And you'll see what that looks like shortly as well. You won't see me paint the whole thing, so don't leave me yet, because believe me, you're going to want to hang around to see how this thing turns out. To make it a little quicker, you can use a hair dryer or heating tool to dry between the areas that you paint. So once we've got all the brown where we need it, we just dried it. Now I'm going to go over my green and take that bright green down and just put more of a dark or a foresty type green on there in all the areas that are green. I'm going to change the colors of the flowers. I'm not sure I'm going to show you when I do that. I'm also going to repaint the mushrooms and the steps. So it's all going to be a little different. So here's the transformation. This is how it looks now. I love that bright yellow in the window because it looks like it's lit up. Thomas Kincaid-like, I guess. All right. So it's been 2 days. My wood is stable. You can see that. Still little pieces will come off, but you can see what we have going here. This was so easy to do. It just takes the time. Remember, it's not hard. It just takes a little more time. Now I'm going to place the door right there. That little crack was perfectly made for a fairy door. I knew it when I saw it in the yard. So I am grabbing some wood glue. I'm going to put that in the center, and then I'll be using my Gorilla Glue sticks to go around the edge to make sure that this doesn't fall. Because although it is small, it does have a little weight to it. It's not plastic. Okay, so I'm going to place it down, and I want to make sure that I leave edge around it that's open because we're going to add something to it. And then we're going to give a little ledge here with a mushroom. We want our little fairy to be able to come out and hang her little legs off the edge. And by the way, there won't be a fairy in this video, but the next video that I do with a fairy, you'll get to see her. I remade a fairy, and oh my goodness, y'all, I'm telling you, be watching for that video. Don't know what I'm going to title it yet, but she's amazing. So I'm going to use this glue, and I'm going to go all around in the cracks, any place where it could drip down or where it needs to be closed. I want it to have very close contact to that bark. I'm going to take some of a moss mat, and I'm just going to cut it down, and I think that's going to look cute under there. And then just glue that down. The hot glue is not going to bother the mushroom at all. The mushroom, if you've never felt one, feels almost like a very hard foam. They're lightweight. It's kind of hard to explain the texture to you. But I love them. I love mushrooms. I love stuff that grows in nature, and I love the idea that even when things appear to be dead and appear to have no life at all, that there's life that comes from it. So mushrooms grow, all those things will still grow. The bugs will live in the, will nest in there, and trees are great places for birds. Some birds nest on the ground, these are good little hiding spaces. So what a perfect place for a fairy to hide, right? So I'm going to continue down, and since it gets more narrow on the bottom, I've decided to just do a little something more narrow down there on the bottom, just kind of going with the shape of this piece. Yours might not look like this, so again, my videos are for inspiration, and you can do whatever you want, and it won't be wrong if you like it, right? That is right. And I want to address a comment that I got in another video that I will never be like another, I won't say the name, but that will never be another whatever. I'm not trying to be anybody else. I'm too old to do that. I'm not a copycat. There are so many ideas that people can have, and crafters, it's not like an original idea. Most things that people make have already been made by somebody else. But I'm telling you now, I don't ever copy people, and if I use an idea or something that I've seen on another person's channel, I will tell you that. Otherwise, I do it myself. And I have not been watching a lot of craft videos because I don't want people to think that I just try to copy. No, I don't run off of anybody's gas. I do my own thing on my channel. I always make things my own. I try to be original, but if somebody else has already done it, that doesn't mean I copied them, right? I mean, do you get what I'm saying here? You get what I'm saying? So comments like that are just going to be deleted on this channel because I keep this space as a positive, happy space, right? Yeah, we don't want to fool with all that negativity. We don't do that. So you can see that I've just glued moss all around that door. Love the look at it. You know, she's trying to have a little insulation around her home, or him, you know, whichever one you like. And I thought it would be cute above to make maybe a little ladder going up to the top, because maybe this little fairy doesn't always want to fly. She wants to walk too. She does have feet, right? So maybe they want to climb to the top and get a better look at everything. Maybe they want to climb up there and look into a bird's nest. Yep. They might want to check on their friend bird, right? They're friends. Fairies are friends with nature, so we're going to make life easy for this fairy. We're going to give her a lot of options. I'm just using those little sticks from Dollar Tree, but you can use sticks from the yard, cut down, whatever. I've had these for a long time. I got them at the thrift store. You can get them at craft stores. I'm going to use the smallest little pot, and we're going to make a little pot. We're going to make a little potted plant for the fairy. Sounds silly, doesn't it? But this is a fairy home. We want her to feel happy here, he or she. So I'm just staining it with a little Waverly wax on a wet baby wipe. And I'm just going all around, and then I'll go down into the inside slightly. You can see how it looks. Looks a little dirty, looks a little woodsy. I'm just going to poke some moss down in there, just like that. And then we're going to add some hot glue. Voila. And then I'm just going to take a little piece of a floral pick and just cut the little seeded section out, or the little berry section out. You can use little mini flowers. You can use whatever you want to use here. And I'm going to use a little bit of moss again, trimming it off, just giving it sort of a circular shape. We don't want sharp points in nature, right? We have curves and things like that, so this isn't a rock. We want it to be nice and curvy. And I'm going to put that right down here on the bottom. And then we're going to add some up here on this, excuse the blur there, it was focusing on my arm. And we're going to tuck some moss right here. So I'm kind of going between the matte and then the thicker moss. Do whichever way you want, and that's why I want to show you this, you know, whatever you like to use here. The scale of this is better to me than maybe Spanish moss, because Spanish moss really grows hanging off of things. They don't grow in little clumps on the bottom. But you could certainly use it around the edges if you wanted to. Or heck, use it however you want. We don't know. We know that maybe our little fairies are crafty too, and they like the Spanish moss. Just use what makes you happy, y'all. Then I'm going to be gluing some little extras here and there. And I forgot I had this little welcome sign, but it has a pink flower. So we're going to change it with a little sunflower yellow and some parchment white. And I got a tip that when you're painting, kind of stabilize your hand to paint these things, and that has worked wonderfully for me. So whoever gave me that tip, thank you. I'm still learning to paint, but I really like it. And then the center will be yellow. Here's a little pack of mushrooms I got from Dollar Tree. We're going to add those because the little house is like the same color, right? Or the same type of mushroom, rather. The color's a little bit different. The dots on here are really small, and I wanted to make them bigger just because, you know, you do it your way. You don't have to. But I wanted to make these bigger, so I'm just going to go over with the tip of the brush, the bottom, and as big as the brush bottom is, or the stick part of the brush is, that's how big the little dot will be, and then let it dry. I found this little bench at Dollar Tree. I went over it with some Waverly white, some Waverly antiquing wax, and then I also redid the mushrooms just like I did on the other mushrooms, and I'm going to place that down. Now she has a little picnic area on the side. Maybe she's growing herbs in that pot, or she's growing some veggies, who knows. And look, there's the bird nest that I alluded to earlier. We're going to add the bird nest. I'm just looking to see where it might fit best. And I think I like this little ledge right here. This is thrifted. You can make one with moss if you want to, or, you know, you could probably find one at Dollar Tree. Just going to add it, let it sit there for a minute, make sure it's nice and in place. And then I'm going to tuck some moss in the back of this little area. It looks like a little window seat or a little shelf. And I'm just going to add some glue to some mushrooms and tuck those in there. We have mushrooms on top of mushrooms, y'all. We're using our imagination. I'll take a couple more of those sticks. Some of them had little branches off of them, so I thought that was cute, and I'm going to add those around the nest because he needs to be a little more stable, right? So I'm just going to add one to the bottom section that hangs off, and then one going upwards from the nest and upward to our little piece of art that we're creating. Now I can start with my turkey tails. When it gets hot here in Alabama, when it starts getting, and when I say hot, I mean consistently hot. It's been cool here, and then warm, and then cool, and warm, and rainy, and then dry. But once it is consistently the right temperature for optimal mushroom growth, I will have a lot more variations of color in these turkey tails and in mushrooms. So be ready for that, because I will definitely be showing you more crafts with those. Because, I mean, the best way, I mean, how much money do you think that I've spent in this piece of unique work here? Not very much money at all. What, maybe $4? Maybe $4. Then I'm going to add, I kind of like, in the curvy areas, kind of want to add a little more. And if there's a piece of this bark that has a little bit of a lip that tucks under, it's the perfect place to add a little turkey tail or something like that. It rounds it out, it gives it something extra. But you can do whatever you like here. The texture of these is like a thick, papery texture. They're pretty tough, but you can cut them and you can break them and tear them if you need to reshape them. And I want to add these here and there. So they will grow in a cluster, but most of the time when I remove it from the tree, in order to keep from breaking them, I remove them in sections. So now it looks like they grew that way, right? Now I'm just changing it to make it look like that's the way they grew on the tree. We're going to add some more mushrooms in here. You can see that my little welcome sign is up there with the little white and yellow. I like that it matches a little bit better. And again, you don't have to repaint the pieces if you don't like. It's just something I enjoy doing. Let's tuck some around this little bird's nest for a little extra security. And maybe the fairy likes to sit on there, right? Maybe she's flying and she likes to light right there. I get lost doing these types of projects. Like it's that part of me that, and you know, if you're a creator or a crafter, that ideas just come to you, and then you're working off of a thought, and then you sort of start working off of emotion or intuition. It's like something else starts telling you what to do. Like the logic is gone, and you just start moving by feeling. And that's how it works for me when I do these types of projects. I get lost in it. And that's kind of where I was here. But I think this looks cute. And if I was a fairy, I would definitely be digging this. Yeah, this is prime real estate, folks. Prime. Look at it. I mean, y'all, this seriously, so cute and so fun to do. Are you getting ideas? Are you feeling inspired yet? All right, so we're going to have a way to hang this up, because it's not going to be a project that lays down. So I'm going to take some of this little tube of whatever this is, and I'm going to tie 3 knots in one side, and then we're going to do the same thing over here. I just sped it up because nobody wants to see me do that. Slipping the knots right on top of one another to give us some bulkiness. And then you're going to have a hanger that looks about like this. You can see there. This is now stable, so I'm going to gently flip it over. I don't want to break anything because, you know, it still can break and it still does flake off a little bit here. Holding it up with one hand, I'm going to add hot glue and put the knot section right down in the hot glue, right on the back toward the top. Now I'm using this type of hanger because the weight may shift because of the size of this. So you want to be able to have a hanger that you can move back and forth. Here are those two projects. Y'all, look at this. I think that these are really good spring and summer projects. I really think that this is something that you can do. Most certainly, you can do these projects and you can make it your own. You don't have to use lights if you don't want to. You don't have to use those butterflies. You don't have to use that moss. Use what you have. So we got free project pieces in here. That piece of beautiful bark, and by the way, I have many more pieces of that bark, so I am hoping through the rest of the year that I can do more projects for different seasons. What do you think about that idea? I think that would be cute. Very cute. Little fairy house in the different seasons. Is this speaking to your childhood heart? Maybe you're an adult and you still have a special place for fairies. Maybe you're a believer. If you are, I hope that you enjoyed these two projects because I had a fantastic time making it. My husband is super proud of this piece on the bark, very proud of it, and I'm so tickled that he enjoys my projects, comes downstairs and checks it all out. I really appreciate y'all stopping by today. I appreciate the new folks. I appreciate the ones of y'all who are continuously supporting me. It means the world to me. Y'all check out my merch. If you like mushrooms, I've got some shirts and stuff with that on there. All right, y'all. I will see you again very soon. Bye.